You were born in Omaha, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And your family left Omaha when you were, what, 1 year old?
I imagine about a year old.
And why did they leave Omaha?
Well, to my understanding, the Ku Klux Klan burned down one of their homes in Omaha.
This made your family feel very unhappy, I'm sure.
Well, insecure, if not unhappy.
So you must have a somewhat prejudiced point of view, a personally prejudiced point of view. In other words, you cannot look at this in a broad academic sort of way, really.
I think that's incorrect, because despite the fact that that happened in Omaha, and then when we moved to Lansing, Michigan, our home was burned down again. In fact, my father was killed by the Ku Klux Klan. And despite all of that, no one was more thoroughly integrated with whites than I. No one has lived more so in the society of whites than I. And it was only until I became a Muslim that I ceased living in the society of whites.
You say you were thoroughly integrated with the whites, Malcolm. Yes. Do you have white people in your family background?
Definitely. Most Negroes in this country have whites in their family background.
Because how are you going to differentiate between the white blood that's in you and the Negro blood that's in you? And you don't mind my using the term Negro because you use this yourself.
I use it interchangeably.
I know you do. Why do you do that?
Well, I use it if it fits the purpose to use it, but I use it against my will.
Do you? But you used it voluntarily in describing the incident in Los Angeles.
Still, I use it against my will.
I guess the teachings weren't thoroughly inculcated.
No, but when I say to you that the cops in Los Angeles shot down 7 unarmed Negroes, every Negro in the audience knows what I'm talking about. But when I say that they shot 7 Muslims, then a lot of the Negroes don't realize that they're still talking about
colored people, because you say you use the term colored people. If you said...
I don't think I used the word colored on this program.
Yes, you did. You did when we started.
Not colored.
I think so. Black people, I'm sorry. You did say black.
Well, we can use black, and that fits everybody.
Okay.
But, sir, the black...
Now, let me get back to another point that you made. You said that you go back home. Now, what do you mean by back home?
I've only heard the Honorable Elijah Muhammad say, back among our own people. From
you
whence
said back home. You don't mind my saying.
Right, back home. But by that he means...
Do you mean back into the roots of Islam, or do you mean back to Africa?
Back home. And by back home he means back into our original civilization. And if you study history, the Islamic culture existed in West Africa,
but your
Central
family
Africa.
Didn't come from an Islamic background originally, did it? I mean, you came from the proud tribes of Africa, which is...
I think you'll find, sir, that one of the Islamic culture...
I agree, there is.
Existed widely in Africa, Central Africa, West Africa.
I agree. I've met many people in there. Mr. O'Connor.
With regard to that tragedy out there in Los Angeles, I myself refer to it when it happened as the tragic police action, so I am not totally biased.
Thank you, sir.
Coming from Muhammad Speaks, which is the publication of your cult or your religion, Elijah Muhammad referred to the policemen out there, the white policemen, as devils. He said, "There is no justice here for us black people. There is no future for us nor our children in civilized America." Doesn't that imply that you're going to get out, or that's his wish that you get out?
If he referred to those policemen out there as devils, who were heavily armed and knew that the Negroes whom they were shooting down in cold blood were not heavily armed, I don't think that those policemen themselves would deny that they're devils, nor would any Negro who witnessed such a deed deny that they are devils.
Well, about the other part of it, there's no justice here for us black people. There is no future for us nor our children in civilized America. And I didn't make that up. He said it in his own
And he's correct in what he says, sir.
Well, what does it mean? Does it mean you're going to get out, or
It means the same thing that Attorney General Robert Kennedy means when he says that the #1 domestic problem in America is the race problem. That it is almost impossible to solve it. It's almost impossible to give justice to Negroes.
Dear brothers and sisters in Islam and honored guests, I am very honored to be here to present this topic to you. And this is in response to an article called Was Prophet Muhammad Black or Caucasian by Wesley Muhammad, PhD. I do not know this brother, but it is an excerpt from his book, Black Arabia and the African Origin of Islam, 2009. And when I came to this, I was a little bit dubious before I read it, because there are a lot of things that come out which are sort of amateur-type writing that is not really scholarly. But this writer does know Arabic and does cite a number of the major Arabic sources, and does find his way to certain texts that are indeed really significant and important and interesting. So on the whole, the article is interesting, and I do approve of it, especially if we're going to have an either-or choice. Was the Prophet Muhammad black or Caucasian? We would have to say more black than Caucasian. And we would have to say that depending on how you construe black, then black. Black, and people who are called black are actually different shades of brown, although the people of the southern Sudan are so dark that you would almost describe them as purplish. And other people could be very dark, like Indian people from South India, and might have a kind of copperish sheen. And so you have a very great variety of different colors that might go under the term black. And what we are talking about here is a kind of construction of race that is the primary underpinning and basis for both the ideology and the construction of the state here, and has been so for over 400 years. And that is the concept of whiteness, which is the hidden concept that people never talk about because it has never been formulated in a way like other colors are, because that is the color of the people who deem themselves the majority group, who deem themselves to be the controllers and rulers, who feel a sense of entitlement and so forth. And that constructedness of whiteness led to the constructedness of blackness for the African Americans because of centuries of enslavement followed by centuries of discrimination that has not abated or ceased to this day, even though there have been some alterations and changes along the way, obviously. So any historical discourse that may arise is influenced by these facts also, the facts of the way that the subject has been constructed historically. The ethnic background of Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, we also have to understand how we ourselves have been taught to construct race in our minds, and how it has been constructed historically, and in order for us to get somewhere along with the meaning of this. This is a map of the world from the pole. And if we use this thing here, you can see that the origin of the human race is in Africa here, and this is 170,000 to 130,000 years ago, and the lines indicate the spreading out from there, and these are the dates at which people arose, the different movements of peoples were completed at different places. So the Australian Aborigines were estimated to be in Australia from 70,000 to 60,000 years ago, and so on. In other words, all of the human races arose out of Africa.
says, the inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the land of Canaan. Old man Cush and his family are the first inhabitants of Africa who came from the land of Canaan. His father Ham and his family were second. Then came the word Ethiopia, which means the demarcation line of the dominion of Amexem, the first true and divine name of Africa, the dividing of the land between the father and the son. The dominion of Cush, northeast and southeast Africa, and northwest and southwest was his father's dominion of Africa. In later years, many of their brethren from Asia and the Holy Lands joined them. The Moabites from the land of Moab, who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa. They were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire, with their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan seeking new homes. Their dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa across Great Atlantis, even unto the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands before the great earthquake which caused the Great Atlantic Ocean. The river Nile was dredged and made by the ancient pharaohs of Egypt in order to trade with the surrounding kingdoms. Also, the Niger River was dredged by the great pharaoh of Egypt in those ancient days for trade, and it extends from the river Nile westward across the great Atlantic. It was used for trade and transportation. According to all true and divine records of the human race, there is no Negro, black, or colored race attached to the human family, because all the inhabitants of Africa were and are of the human race, descendants of the ancient Canaanite nation from the Holy Land of Canaan. What your ancient forefathers were, you are today without doubt or contradiction. There is no one who is able to change man from the descendant nature of his forefathers unless his power extends beyond the great universal creator Allah himself, to warn all Asiatics of America to repent from their sinful ways before the great and awful day that is sure to come. The time has come when every nation must worship under its own vine and fig tree, and every tongue must confess his own. Through sin and disobedience, every nation has suffered slavery due to the fact that they honored not the creed and principles of their forefathers. That is why the nationality of the Moors were taken away from them in 1774, and the word Negro, black, and colored was given to the Asiatics of America who were of Moorish descent, because they honored not the principles of their mother and father and strayed after the gods of Europe, of whom they knew nothing. Dana Marnici.
Well, I really think what motivated me was meeting certain Arabic people of the peninsula of Arabia. I was meeting certain people and making silly comments to them about whether they were slaves or not, or descendants of slaves. And this, I was just out of high school and in college and living in New York, in the YMCA there, and met a few people that told me that they were from Central Arabia. And, I would make comments asking them if they were, descendants of slaves, and they would just look at me like I was crazy. And they told me, where they were from. And at one point, I think one of them was from Hud in Central Arabia, or Oda. And the thing was, these people looked so different than African Americans in that, they were obviously of African affiliation, but, for example, you would see very gigantic, people of gigantic bone structure that you don't have in America or even Africa. And similarly, you would see very small, almost tiny people, but not so-called pygmy-sized people. And, they would tell me, well, everyone in my town looked just like me. I don't know what you're talking about. And they felt insulted. And then later on, there were certain other occurrences I had in, for example, when I was working with Zahi, actually I was translating Egyptological texts for him from French to English. And there was a guy working there from the Murad tribe, which I had happened to know was a Himyarite an ancient Himyarite tribe. And this guy looked just, basically like a Sudanese. He was little, I guess, my color, which is, basically a dark brown with a reddish cast. And, he had a large afro and a mustache, but very dark eyebrows. So he looked a little different from Africans, but, I would talk to him about what Arabians look like and say that the Westerners said that Muhammad was, not looking like you, meaning him. And he, also became kind of irritated by my mentioning that. And he said the people of, that area look like the people of Tehama, which is where, Mecca is located in Hijaz and in, in that region of Tehama. So I had to find out what the people of Tehama look like, and, actually when I was there, he also told me that there was an Arabic person. When I say Arabic, I mean an Arab-speaking person that had written about the peninsula and said that almost everyone in that mentioned in the Bible, for example, was actually Arabian originally. And that, I took as being kind of silly at the time. But as I started researching, on ancient Africans and Ethiopians, and when I say Ethiopians, I mean also Abyssinians, Beta, and other people of that sort, I came across names which were very similar to those I had been reading about in the Arabian Peninsula. So, for example, you find the Afar people are also located in Hajamat and other places over there. Afar is a group of people, pastoral nomads in Ethiopia and Eritrea. And many other groups of people in that area stretching between the Horn of Africa and Nubia. You find those names over in even some of them today in modern Arabia. And then there was a few other things that happened. I started, looking into this guy, Kamal Salibi, who wrote The Bible Came from Arabia. And I don't know if your listeners are familiar with the Genesis part of the Bible, but it does talk about many, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, and the so-called Table of Nations. But what I found was that many of these people that were supposed to be, Europeans and Asians and, from all over the world were actually, the names were at least similar to the ones that I had been finding not only in Arabia but in Africa. So then I started looking into, this guy and his work. Well, that was actually only a few years ago. But it seemed to complement what I had been finding, and that actually helped me to discover more of the rest of the people of Genesis.
Yep.
So I don't, but, well, in a sense, he was, well, I believe he was right in a sense. So there's a people in Israel today, as well as in Arabia, that happen to be black and are called the Kanana. And as you probably know, or may not know, the Quraysh issue, according to all Arabian tradition, from the Kanana. So these Kanana, however, are people that began much further south in the Yemen, or southwest Arabia. And there's an area between the Yemen and Mecca that was called Kanana, or even today there's part of it that's called the Wadi Kanana, meaning the Valley of the Canaanites, or Valley of the Kanana tribe. So in traditional Arabian genealogy, this is well known. It's also well known that these people traveled north after, a man by the name of Amr Muzakia guided certain people from a dam that had burst in Marib, which is near Sana in Yemen. Okay, and so many people, especially, related to Canaanites of different sorts, whether it's Moabites, Girgashites, Amorites, all these people basically have their root in that area, and several of them left to move northward after that point, which was over 3,000 years ago. So that's why you find, all up and down the region of the Arabian Peninsula, people claiming that they come from the south. The Quraysh are very much related to a people called the Hudhail. And the Hudhail are still, they're a black people located to the south of Mecca. The Hudhail was supposed to be the uncle of, I'm not sure if it was Quraysh or Kanana, but in genealogy. But when you're talking about genealogy in Arab tradition, you're really talking not about necessarily literal people, especially when you go further back, just like in the Bible or the Torah, you're talking about, generations of people.
Definitely.
So if you say something about Moab or Jacob, the tribe of Jacob, the tribe of Moab, whatever, you're talking about a whole, a tribe that might have generations of people that extend from somebody named Moab. Now, I'm not saying that all these, people mentioned in Genesis were just tribes. I mean, some of them may have been, like I said, ancient chiefs, and then the tribe was named after them. But, for the most part, things in the Torah or Bible are, for me, in Genesis, are allegorical and based on a lot of, the ancient knowledge that those people had regarding the stars and the consciousness associated with the stars, and their beliefs about, the consciousness associated with the stars. For example, that's why you find when they say that the 360 idols of Allah, they're talking about the 360 degrees, of a circle. They're talking about, for example, in numerology, the word Allah really corresponds to pi, which is a geometric term, but, symbolizing infinity.
Symbolizing what?
Infinity. Before I continue, though, that some of this interest that I have in the ancient Moors and their interest in astrology and astronomy is due to my background, coming up. I had kind of like a New Age type mother that was interested in, the certain texts that involved, for example, if you know Godfrey Higgins and Gerald Massey and all these early writers, so-called, writers, they were kind of an influence on esoteric belief systems, and, because they, of course, studied ancient Egypt, and they knew that, certain words had to have been derived from them, and certain concepts had to have been derived from them. And so, that's where a lot of my kind of, interpretations come from those kinds of writers early on. And then, of course, some of my influences were people like Diop, and then, Dr. Van Sertima. J.A. Rogers, of course, was an influence. Influence. He knew so much about. He documented a lot of this stuff about the Moors too. The Moors coming to Spain, and so that kind of influenced me to get involved, and that also kind of inspired certain dreams and even waking dreams that I had, in which, when I say that, I'm talking about in a kind of, when I say dreams, I'm talking about in a literal sense. Okay, I had dreams about certain people that I didn't know why was I seeing these people in my dreams. So I had to find out, if there was some truth to what all these people were saying. Were the Egyptians black? Were the Phoenicians black? Were the Sabians black? And basically, everything I've learned from those earlier writers almost everything has been proven to be, factual. At least based on archaeology, based on physical anthropology, based on linguistics. When they put them all together, and of course, genetics is finally coming around to confirming a lot of this stuff. So I'm trying to, just expound on all of this for the public, because I think there's something that I don't want to sound too mystical, but I've always felt like I was driven to find this out. I've been woken up in the middle of the night and gone to books and put my finger on a passage, that would tell me the answers to certain things. So I don't know if it's my ancestors or the ancestors. Talking about, I think, a certain group of Africans that came over here. There were, a certain group that were never slaves, but, there definitely were and are slaves in Africa, because that's where it started. I mean, Africans were the greatest bringers of slaves from Europe into Africa. So that's always been a part of our heritage, unfortunately.
Definitely.
But so there were also people that came over after they were prisoners of war, obviously from especially from the Sahel area and the Senegambia region even, because you had the Fulani, who were very, at that time, warlike, and other people. Tuareg were there too. The Tuareg are the people that wear the veil. And they're also located in Burkina Faso, and other places in south of the Sahel, or the Sahel, which is Mali, Niger, and those types of countries, Senegal. So you have basically people that were Muslim living in different parts of the entirety of Sudan, even southern Sudan, and that's where you get even people like the Yoruba and other groups saying that many of those Ghana too claim that they came from Canaan. A lot of the people in Africa themselves still claim that they came from Canaan. So it's not something that. But I'm also again not saying that the entirety of Africa came from Canaan, from that small area. What I'm saying is a lot of people. There were groups that came over from Arabia, and some by way of Syria, others by way of the Yemen. And they came across Africa over centuries, over many centuries, and this is dating back to the time of starting before Moses. They've been coming over here. So a predominant group of people in North Africa, once existed in North Africa, were called the Zaghawa or Zawaga, or in Portuguese, Azuagos. And if even as late as the 16th century, you find texts that talk about the Azuagos being anciently called the Moors. Portuguese texts. And the Zawaga were probably related to most likely related to the Gala, so-called Gala, and Zaghawa Ethiopians. And these people are also the same people that came to be called the Songhai.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and so these Songhai mixed with, other groups of Africans, for example, the Mand, and they moved southward. And you find a lot of them still in the area of the southern parts of the North African countries, in the desert regions there, and in the Adrar oases, and living, most of the regular sub-Saharan-looking people that are Muslim have some background from those people. Okay, and then they were also not necessarily Muslim at the time. They were, mainly Jews and other pagan type of Arabians. This is long before. I'm talking about long before the Islamic period. That they came into Africa, and that's why you find in Ethiopia, you find that many of the scholars say that a lot of Ethiopia used to be, Jewish, not just the so-called Falasha, but the Zaghawa or Agawa people who had the Zaghawa dynasty over there, and several other people. So Judaism is another interesting aspect to this whole thing. Many of the Moors, or in many of the, I should say, the black-colored people in Spain and Portugal were originally Jewish and went up there as Jews.
That's right.
And not Muslims. But and then other waves of people also came and shared with those people in Spain and Portugal. I mean, there were people of Syrian origin, meaning white Syrian origin. There were people of the Goths had turned had been brought in as slaves and were converted to Islam. The Slavs, they had dynasties in Spain. Many the Persians and the Turks and many people had dynasties in Spain, especially after a certain period, in the latter parts of Muslim rule. But there's no question that the predominant strain in Muslim Spain at the beginning, especially the first several centuries, was the Berber one, which was completely black. Berbers, the original Berbers were probably both, African and Arabian, or people that lived in both Africa on both sides, the Eritrean or Sea of Harith, which has been now called the Red Sea. And the use of the word Berber by the Romans has nothing to do with, that which the way we use it today. I mean, Berber today just means somebody who speaks the Berber dialect. And it can be, and you can look any way and speak Berber, and also you can have the culture can be different, So the same thing with Arab. The word Arab just refers to someone who speaks Arabic, and even though the original Arabs, just like the original Berbers, were apparently, mainly black peoples or populations, before, other peoples came down into their regions. I'm almost forgetting what I'm saying. The word Berber, for example, up until the 16th century, there was only descriptions of Berbers, indicating black people. For example, there was 5 major tribes of Berbers. I think it was Masmuda, Sanhaja, Kitama, Gadala, and Hawara, or I'm not sure what the other one was, but all of those tribes, and I wrote, something about it, all those people were, up until the 15th and 16th century described as blacks. So those are Berbers. If other people, there are peoples that, like I said, came to call themselves Berbers that are not necessarily as much affiliated with the African Berbers as they were with Romans and Vandals, and Andalusians came by the hundreds of thousands into the Rif area, where Berbers were described as so black that they scared the horses of the Syrians in the 7th century. They were black because they let me see if I can find it talks about how they were occupying the mountains of Tangier across from the Iberian Peninsula. And that's the Rif region, and it talks about how they were invaded by the Spaniards. I mean, these are Andalusian texts that talk about them being invaded by the Syrians, and the Syrian horses, because they started gnashing their teeth, and their teeth were white and they were gnashing their teeth, and because the people were of such a, it was horrifying to the horses, and the horses wouldn't attack them or whatever. So I have that quote online. There are literally dozens of quotes about the Berbers, and not a single one that I've been able to find describe Berbers as other than really black or near black people. And the reason is because at that time, not everybody that lived in North Africa that was considered a Berber. For example, in Kabalia, you have people that are descended from a number of different groups. Even, I think it was Procopius had said that 80,000 Vandals had settled that region. Procopius' text definitely you'll find where it's Tabello Vandalico, where you find the Moors described as black. You'll find the same from Diodorus Siculus. You'll find it in Lucan describes the Garamantes as black. You'll find the Garamantes were actually pre-Moorish indigenous people of Libya, probably originally related to the Haritan, the so-called Haritan people. And then they were invaded by the Zaghawa, so they became more warlike. But they were, and those were the people, the Haritan are really the people that were probably most affiliated originally with the ancient Egyptians. Well, they used the word white Moors sometimes for the Moors, meaning the Hassaniya and Charza, who are the people that are often still called Moors in the Mauritania and that sort of thing. But because the word white, as we remembered in African dialects, was not necessarily the same as it is in and even in Arab, especially in Arab dialects, the word white did not mean white as we know it, as in European. Now, Elliot Smith also talked about how in Morocco, the word Moor, Elliot Smith was an anatomist who studied ancient Egyptians, and he was, I think, from Australia, but he traveled, certain parts of North Africa and discovered that the word Moor in Morocco really was usually used for people that showed some Negro, so-called Negroid or Negro appearance. So that I found very interesting because, you have people online today trying to say that, Moors were just white, regular white. I mean, the only time I see the word troglodyte usually with the term Ethiopian. So, the ancient classical Greek, at least, writers talked about the Ethiopian troglodytes. Well, they did also talk about the Arabian troglodytes or troglodytes, and they were the same people. They occupied both sides of the Red Sea. There was also the Libyan or Pharisee troglodytes, who were basically an early kind of, I wouldn't say Berber, but mainly related to the Afar, and there's people that still occupy, ravines in Eritrea and across the sea. So, I don't like to respond to this kind of, nonsense. I'm not talking about you, but kind of nonsensical projections. The interest in making white people into animals is just, it's just silly.
Yeah, I mean, so nothing, that you've seen showed that they were actually what we call them Europeans or the pale skinned nations of Europe.
Well, they might be getting this from some of the, Western or, European non-scholarly blog sites that try to make the troglodytes into the Horites into the Hurrians of like the area extending from Turkey to Mesopotamia. And the Horites of the Old Testament and the Hurrians were actually two different people, even though there's some actually probable connection between the Keftu. I don't know if you're familiar with the Keftu, but the Keftu were people that were represented in ancient Egyptian paintings, almost the same color as them, or even darker than them, and usually with longer hair. But some people think that the Keftu were the Hurrians, actually, or the Sumerians of Mesopotamia, which would make sense. But the Horites of the Bible, who were supposed to be, cave dwelling, they were probably the same people that are, in Seir today, or Seir. In the Genesis, you'll see that the Horites and the Canaanites and the Hittites and all those people were, peoples of, the Hori were Canaanites, but the Hittites were Edomites or something. It's some mix-up, but all those people were just, groups or small clans of Canaanites who were still there. One of them is called the Beni Hur, or Ben Hur, or the Ben Huri. Okay. That's where the word Horite actually comes from. And you'll also have the name of, they were children of Seir or Seir, and you have the tribe of Seir still in the Yemen that are called Edomites, And I see also on blogs these kind of crazy blogs about Edomites being, so-called white people. Or,
Yeah, I've seen that as well.
Yeah, so it's just really nonsensical stuff that people are in order to make, certain, Europeans or white people look bad. But in reality, people mentioned in Genesis are only mentioned, because they're related to these early Afro-Arabian people. And when you talked about Noble Jew Ali stating that they came to America and China and all that stuff, but I look at it as, these people were early merchants and seamen, a lot of them. And still are, they're pirates and that kind of thing. If you go to the Eritrean area where the Phoenicians were said to have come from by Herodotus, you'll still see people, that look like some of the Phoenicians that are represented in ancient Egyptian paintings, But those people traveled probably to different continents, and that's why you find Yemenite inscriptions over here in America, and you might be calling them something else, but and then there's people that say it's Phoenician, and it probably is. It's all the same. And then you have the people that say that they're. Yeah.
Are you speaking about the inscriptions that were found in Colorado?
I'm not
the Yemenite?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're at least in Colorado, and it might have been a few other places. But, all those people, the people in Ethiopia, if you look at them and you look at, what the people look like across the sea in Hadramaut and Yemen, the southernmost parts of Yemen, they're still, as they were described in ancient times, as basically black people. Now, I just want to say something about the so-called Berbers. There is also this man has been called a Moor, Ibn Khaldun, who's actually, from Andalusia and wasn't necessarily so much related to Berbers, but had possibly one Arab ancestor, and so they're calling him a Moor or whatever. But he said that in his book, he talks about Sudan being Central Arabia. Central Arabia. Central Arabia and Yemen were the first. I think Yemen was the first known as Sudan, meaning they were like the blacker of the black peoples, and then there were in the Najd and in Ghana, I think there was the less blacker for, it's something, there's some zones in there that I just find interesting because it connects, black people to Arabia like in a way that's different than other people have connected them. So, Wesley Muhammad or Wesley Williams is, where I first, I think, saw that connection. Okay, when you're talking about, when I think of the ancient Eritrean area, I'm thinking of when Herodotus talks about the Phoenicians having come from the Eritrean Sea.
Yes, ma'am.
And one of the things that this scholar Kamal Salibi brings up is that, and I was talking about it in the beginning, is that the Canaan actually and the original, basically the people that are described in, the Kor'raan and Torah as being Moabites and all those people, later called, the Canaanites are later called Phoenicians. But this man had discovered that there is, in fact, all the names of the villages mentioned in the Bible or Genesis, including the Phoenician cities and the Philistine cities or towns, are located in that area. And what I had discovered is also that those people across from them in Somalia, the Danakil Afar, and all those, nomadic people are the same people that were in this area that Salibi is talking about. And that's why I mentioned that, the pirates and all that thing, because in reality, the Phoenicians and these people were the same people. That's my point.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So these people in ancient times, bringing their dialect, which was the ancient, a pre-Arabic Sabian type of dialect, related to Phoenician, because a lot of people don't understand that the Phoenician or Canaanite dialect and in Hebrew were basically the same. It's like connecting Haitian with French or something. They were, very highly related languages.
Like
so
Spanish and Italian.
Yes, Spanish, Latin dialects, right.
Mm-hmm.
So these people brought their dialects to various places, such as the Americas, such as Java and the area that was originally called Sin, which people are now trying to translate as China, meaning the north, northern China, when it really meant Java and Indonesia. That's called an Indochina. That was the original sin of the Arabs. When they talked about the land of Sin, when Jahiz talked about the land of Sin and Masin, they're talking about the land of the blacks that were living in that area. Okay, so there were Kunlun, indigenous blacks. There were Arabian blacks. There were mainly Arabian blacks and indigenous blacks that were there already. So the Arabs, meaning the ancient original Arabs, came to these places, and they probably kept their records of where they went, including Central and South America. And came back to their homeland. That's the only way I can figure that they, that at least Noble Drew Ali had gotten this information. Unless he was just doing it telepathically. It seems as if he knew. He must have known Arabic, because even apparently where Timbuktu, which is being ravaged unfortunately today by Farag and other people, Al Qaeda also, mainly. Supposedly, a lot of those texts have the knowledge of not only the Phoenicians but the entire world, in there. The Tuareg today consider themselves descendants of the Phoenicians as well as Yemen. That's all that you might see online people saying, well, the Tuareg don't relate to the Berbers, because the people that are called Berbers further north, they don't really have as much of a connection with Canaan, because they're not so much Berbers as a mixture of different people, Romans and other people, much further north. And all the further south you go, you'll still see in southern Morocco, southern Algeria, southern, just when you get away from the coast, you'll see people that are much darker than people along the coast that Western scholars like to focus on as the Berbers, saying there's some kind of Indo-European Berber race that came down. And, so that's why you have, even in, you'll see on the Native American sites some people claiming that they're the Jews.
Yes.
You have all this stuff, and then rather than go to the facts, they would rather believe, some of these Western people would rather believe that UFOs created all these similarities,
I brought these books also, which were some of the books that Wesley Muhammad used for his authority. And this is some of the more direct evidence about the Prophet Muhammad. So he even used this very same edition that I have in my home library of the Rasail of Jahiz. Al-Jahiz was the famous prose writer of Basra in Iraq who founded Arabic prose writing. That is, he was the founder of Arabic prose literature. He can't be considered the founder of all Arabic literature because there was religious literature before and there was also poetry. But he's the founder of Arabic prose. He's generally viewed as that. And a very prolific writer, and one who himself appears to have been, and is usually claimed to have been, black. And Al-Jahiz, one of the pieces of evidence for that, in fact, is that he wrote this epistle here, which is in the middle of this book. It's a book of essays. And so this is an essay called Fakhr al-Sudan al-Biban, which is something like the pride of the blacks over the whites. And he died in the year 868, so that would be almost 1,200 years ago, and say 1,150 years ago or so. And he has a discourse of the blacks arguing that we have this, and we have this, and we have this. And among the things he found, which is cited here, he said that the children of Abdul Muttalib were 10 men who were great big husky black guys. Dulman, black. Well, if Abdul Muttalib was the Prophet's grandfather, then that would seem to indicate something. And then he said, and Abdullah ibn al-Abbas was likewise a big husky black. And the family of Abi Talib, the most noble of creation, were black and dusky and dark. So he makes all of that kind of point there. And Wesley Muhammad observes, this is really good evidence on this point. That's true. It is. This is a very significant passage and significant evidence, and you find it right there in this Arabic book. A book Wesley Muhammad hasn't gotten to yet is Kitab al-Muhabbar of Muhammad ibn Habib. This is almost as old as the book of Jahiz, so it's a very early piece of Arabic literature. And Kitab al-Muhabbar means something like the book of the flow of ink or something like that. So the title doesn't really tell you the contents, what they are, but it would be best described as a collection of miscellaneous information. So one of the lists is Abna' al-Habashiyat, the children of Ethiopian women. And so it goes through there, and that reveals, or at least claims, that the father of Omar ibn al-Khattab's mother was an Ethiopian woman. So if that was so, then Omar ibn al-Khattab, the second caliph, would have been a quarter black, at least. To know the exact derivation of the people of Mecca at the time of the Prophet ﷺ is somewhat difficult. After all, there were people going back and forth to Ethiopia, and there were people from the Beja ethnic group who came from the Sudanese shore on the other side of the Red Sea, living there alongside the Arabs and so on, and they were all mixed together. And the Arabs themselves, whatever else they may have been, certainly were not white Europeans. That can be forgotten completely. There's no way that they were just white Europeans. That's not possible. They were also dark-colored people. And Prophet Muhammad has a certain African heritage, and that can be seen from all the evidence presented by Wesley Muhammad and even by myself. So there is some of that, and there is some truth to that, and that then is a fact that can remain and is most suitable for the universal prophet for all of the human race, that he should have the heritage that is the heritage of the larger part of the human race anyway, meaning brown color, dark color. Thank you. Another thing that actually the map of Idrisi, a map of the world made by the medieval Sicilian Arab geographer, which still exists as an actual map and not just a textual description, has the south at the top of the world. It appears that in ancient, amongst the Arabs, that the south was placed at the top of the world conventionally, not the north. And they do sell maps nowadays where you can get the south at the top of the world. You can have a world map with the south at the top and the map actually printed so everything is reversed from what you normally think of it as being. And of course in space there's no up and down. And there is a north and a south on our planet, but those are just arbitrary names that we've given to two of the directions of the poles that the Earth revolves around. And essentially the North Pole is not up and the South Pole is not down, even though people talk that way. And I'm sure that this is a part of the racial construction of things. That is, it's no accident that the Europeans put Europe at the top of the map.
And that isn't Africa, the whole Africa 2 or 3 times as large as what they show it?
Well, yes. If it's compared to a Mercator projection, the countries that are right along the equator are extremely short-changed. And the farther you get from the equator, the more the exaggeration goes. So if you have a Mercator projection even of Africa by itself, it will make Morocco look too big in comparison to Cameroon. See? So it even distorts that. And in fact, even if you just have the flat map of Nigeria, it will make northern Nigeria look a little bigger than it ought to be in comparison to southern Nigeria, because southern Nigeria is closer to the equator. So the places on the equator are the places that are most short-changed by the Mercator projection and also by the Robinson projection.
Well, that's why I think it's important that we, come from at least a anthropological and archaeological framework to kind of support, if that's what you're interested in, to support his ideas, because so they won't be misinterpreted, and so that you won't have people out there saying that it's crazy.
Yes.
What he's saying, I think, when it came to the so-called people from China and people from Colombia being Moors, I think what really he must have been talking about is the fact that some of these people, the early Ethiopic peoples called Canaanites or Phoenicians, and those merchant people who are still causing problem in the Red Sea, as they did in ancient times, visited these places and settled there and probably mixed with those people. Just as Joseph has said that the people of Noah actually went to, settle in various places, and they were the first to be named. I mean, they brought their names there, and settled among later people. Joseph is the Roman Jewish, scholar historian who was explaining, the Bible and stuff. A lot of people don't understand that in Arabic text, for example, Sudan is often said to be son of Canaan rather than, son of, and Cush too is sometimes said to be son of Canaan. And that's because the Canaanites and the Cushites were basically the same people, the same Semitic or Afro-Asiatic speaking people. Some of them went, settling in the area of Nubia and Egypt and Arabia during the Neolithic time, and that's why they shared similar I would say early religious practices. For example, there's the Ark of Nu in ancient Egypt, which is, probably the same root as the story of, or allegory of Noah. Ark of Noah, and you find in Arab tradition, Noah is called Al-Jarhumi, meaning the man of the tribe of Haduram.
Tribe of Haduram, yes.
Haduram or Haderab, which is basically a tribe that is located in both Africa and Hadramaut, which was related. The name Hadramaut is also related. Hadramaut and Haduram and Haderab, the Haderab Beja, are related to these people. And those are some of the people that went also to Java. And that's where you find, if you look even in the Arabian Nights story, they link up ancient black tribes of Arabia with, that area. So it's a fascinating subject. If you know all the, linking them up to archaeology and linguistics and the tradition, the genealogical tradition of the Arabian people, it all really comes to make a lot of sense. It explains a lot of where these theories are coming from about, like I said, Jews, Native Americans being Jews or claiming to be Israelites, even the Mormons talking about the, Israelites coming over here. Because, they were all one and the same people originally. But, see, it started off in southwest Arabia and then moved north. Now, there's a whole controversy over that, that theory that the original Canaan and Israel were in Arabia, but there are certain scholars that are coming to, that the conclusion that there's not enough evidence of, archaeological evidence of an Israel in Syria, and biblical evidence. In other words, it's not panning out the way it looked, maybe a century ago to be doing. So now there are certain scholars that are looking into this. I'm in touch with them. I'm in touch with some of them, but I don't want to mention their names because I don't want to get them in trouble. But we have to define who we're talking about in terms of Dravidian, because now, as with Arabian, or not even Arabian, but Arab or Berber, you have Dravidians that look, all kinds of ways. I mean, from North Indian to almost purely African. So, and my belief is that the Dravidian dialect and their culture, ancient culture that dialect is associated with, were actually more related to people that came in after the Mesolithic period, because I don't necessarily think that they were the same people as the Austric people, because there's other black types in India. There's people that were related to the original very small types that were in much further north. Sergi used to call them the Pygmoid type of the Mediterranean type, and that was his word. And then there are people that are related to the Australian Aborigines, and then there's people related to the Andaman Islanders, and then there's the Dravidian. But the Dravidian culture, I mean, they have much too many cultural, I'll just say, features to have not been, connected to the Neolithic ways out of Africa. I mean, and they, if you look at what the Dravidians look like, they look more like some of the Nilo-Saharan people and some of the Haritan people than they do, Austric people.
Absolutely, yes.
You know what I mean? When I say Austric, I'm talking about the Austric people might be older, a lot older than even some of the African. They might have broken off much earlier than, and like the Andaman Islanders. They're not the same thing as, for example, the types that were in Arabia. So that's my belief. Just from what I know about the archaeology and how they relate the dialect to that culture, which it was associated with certain megaliths, that were connected to Kerma and Nubia, and the same thing with the Indus Valley culture in general. There's different black types that were there. Some were related to the more taller, probably, Maasai or Fulani, or those tall types that were in Arabia, tall, slender types, and then there was a gigantic Ubaid type of the Eridu culture, in Mesopotamia, and that's the what I'm interested in is finding out where some of these larger bodied people came from that are still in Arabia. Some of us have to go over there. I'm not going over there being a woman because in Saudi Arabia, but in central Saudi Arabia, you still find these very large, gigantic-bodied people that must have been similar to these Ubaid and even Natufian types that left Africa during the early Mesolithic or Paleolithic, whatever. But I do believe that we have to be very careful when it comes to genetics, though, because there's been a lot of intermixture of unless we're talking about autosomal DNA research. There's been so much intermixture of people from the Levant and from Persia and from Turks. I mean, I was just reading the other day about the tens of thousands of Persians that were brought in to work in the mines, of the Banu Sulaim, who are a black people in Arabia today. Another thing. A lot of these people we talk about, we don't know that they're still living. And they're still alive and well under their same names and ancient names. You said something about the Edomites. The Edomites, I had done my blog talks a lot about the Edomites and who they were as the Azd people. Now there's some evidence that these there were an African people, maybe Nilo-Saharan, that did also populate Arabia and might have, moved eastward into, the Indian Peninsula. But there's not been enough research on that. I mean, there's some certain linguists that believe that. I'm talking about Western, people that are reputable in the Western scholarly world. that believes that there might have been some Nilo-Saharans there, and I believe, and also in an earlier encyclopedia they used to say that the Manayan dialect seemed to have some Dravidic features, but I definitely believe that is because these Manayans migrated eastward and not the other way around. And you look at today, the linguists too. There's some that are saying that it might have even split off of the ancient Afro-Asiatic people that settled in the Elam. But I don't really know much about linguistics, so I can't say either way. What's happening there, but I'm sure we'll find out. For example, the Fulani, they're now in West Africa and across West Africa, but you find them, and this is another people that are, some people used to say, because I think their sheep or something is Indian, from East India.
Right.
So there's a possibility that one or more, of the people that were in maybe Mesolithic Africa had come back into, from Asia, not necessarily directly from India, but, they came, because I don't know why in the Sahara and North Africa there are, so many different types at an early period, and then during the Mesolithic, through the Neolithic, you find the very small Badarian type, and you find, the other aquatic, the people of the aquatic culture that were, larger, the type that the, Europeans used to call more negroid, and then you have your Fulani type, which is a tall, elongated man, So, but these people were all, in my view, occupying both, Asia and Africa from a very early period. It's just that we don't know which, who came from where and which person, which, people went, But they were all, like, at least from what I suspect, Dravidians, if you look at them, the tribal Dravidians, they look, more like Africans than they do like modern-day Indians, to me.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Yeah. So when you say Dravidians, I like to be careful about that because people are jumping to conclusions thinking they're talking about some straight-haired type of man. They weren't necessarily that. You look at the Dravidian tribals, they're definitely not straight-haired. They're kinky-haired people, So just like the Elamites were not straight-haired people, and they're supposed to be, Elamites and they're supposed to be partly related to the Dravidians, but they definitely weren't straight-haired. So, and I had somebody, the reason I bring that up is because I had somebody recently, I think a Dravidian, coming on my blog and talking about how the Sumerians and Elamites were, straight-haired. Kanani, he was trying to say that Canaanites and Dravidians are the same people. But, in a sense, I can't argue that there was not a Canaanite influence in Dravidian people or an ancient Arabian influence in Dravidian people. So I didn't really argue with him. But as far as, this thing started by Runoko Rashidi or one of, I don't know who started in the Journal of African Civilizations that was discussing Asia and the Indians. Somebody, I think maybe Diop too, talking about straight-haired people that were Africans. You see, the problem is that, for example, if you look at Herodotus, what he said about the Ethiopians being straight-haired, he also said that their culture was identical to the Western Ethiopians. That means that they're not, one of those people, was mixed with something.
To Africa and go north, the hair gets loose as well. Hair change, not overnight, but through time.
Yeah, definitely not overnight.
No, not overnight.
Tens of thousands of years, yeah. Of course, that's how we have Europeans. Regarding Procopius, and I have one quote here from his History of the Wars, I think book 4. It says, I have heard this man say that beyond the country, this is Procopius just talking about what he found in he was talking to somebody, I guess, in North Africa. He says, I have heard this man say that beyond the country which he ruled there is no habitation of men but desert land extending to a great distance, and that beyond that there are men not black-skinned like the Moors, but very white in body and fair-haired. He also says that he and other sources or other ancient writers spoke about columns that were found in ancient Mauritania pertaining to the Moors. I'm not sure if anyone out there has this source in front of them, but he talks about how the Moors were descendants of, or said that in these columns that they were descendants of the Girgashites, the Amorites and other Canaanites that fled before Joshua, the son of Nun. But he's not the only one that said that. There were several early writers that said that. So he was, from, I think, Armenia, Moses Corvinus. Yeah, so that's what, that's one of the sources. But then there's other, much later sources that say the same thing, that the Moors, I think also Diodorus Siculus had said that the Moors, were also thought to have come from India with Hercules, and that's because in ancient times, South Arabia and, in fact, Abyssinia were also called India.
Right.
And they, so there's different, let me see if I can find other things about the Canaanites, but almost the entire, almost any record you find about the origins of the Berbers, it says that, they claim descent from the Canaanites and the Phoenicians. Just to go to my blog, I have a lot of that information about the Phoenicians and Canaanites. It's Afroasiatic blogspot.com. They say that the Syrians and other, sources say that the tradition is that Sudan was a son of Canaan, and Cush also was a son of Canaan. That's one of the things that got me interested in where he got his information, because I know that these same sources basically do not consider that Egypt was, the land of Ham, so much as certain people from Misra and Arabia and Ham, which is the present-day Wadi Hamad region, having left there and, settled Egypt, and later on it became known as Misra. But the name Kemet is not related to this, to Ham, and that this Ham, the Ham of the Bible, so much. Right. But here I just found it said from the Akbar al-Zaman of the 11th century. Here's one of them. It says, among the descendants of Sudan, son of Canaan, are many nations, among them the Ishban, the Zanj, and many people that multiplied in the Maghrib, about 70 of them. Right. So that's just one source, but there's several sources that talk about Sudan, and I think one of them was al-Damashki. Yeah, his was something called Nukbat al-Darfi al-Jaib al-Bar wal-Bar. It's good for, I hope you guys, you Moors, are learning Arabic, because that was, the language of knowledge in the black man's language. So, a lot of this stuff is in Arabic, but it's been translated, and that's the only way that I know about it. I wouldn't know about it if, I did take a year and a half of Arabic, but, I can't really read it that well. So this is, in this book by al-Damashki, who was another Syrian in the 14th century, he says, the fifth section of in the fifth section of the 9th chapter says, concerning the sons of Ham, son of Noah, peace be upon him, namely the Copts, the Nabateans, the Berbers, and the Sudan, with their numerous divisions. Let's see. All right, here we go. It is said that Ham begat 3 sons, Kith, Canaan, and Cush. And Kith is the ancestor of the Copts, Cush of the Sudan, and Canaan of the Berbers. I'm on a blog right now about that is going to touch a lot on that, on the fact that Ham is in this area, you know, the Wadi Hamad, and where the Sulaim are, and a lot of the, you know, extremely black people that are not known. See, the myth of Ham is related to the fact that a lot of these people work with the lamb. The word in Arabic for soil is related to the word ham. So and that's where, in fact, the name hummus comes from there too. But that's why another person to read would be, you know, I don't know with respect to Noble Drew Ali, but Tariq Berry. He goes into that on his blog about the origins of the word ham and Adam, and the fact that ham definitely meant the black, you know, or the fermented dark mud. But, you know, and then that got turned into the allegory of Ham. I just want to let you know, there's a book called The Curse of Ham, written by Dr. David Goldenberg, that talks a lot about how that got started. It really started with the early Iranians that adopted the, you know, the allegories of the Arabs well, actually, even before that, there was Indic Iranian texts, you know, the Aryan texts that talk about Shamran and Hamran, and how Hamran was a slave. So they distorted the allegories relating to, you know, Ham, Shem, and Japhet. In India, you have Hamran, Shamran, and Jalspita. But it has to do with the fact that the people that worked the land were often client tribes of the nomadic pastoral people. Okay, in Arabia and in Africa. That's why you have the Tuareg. They have castes of people among them that work with the land or with the earth, with metals, and they're the smiths. So it's a very complicated allegory related to the smithy and working the land, agriculture, and the development of that, you know. And then they talk about, in Genesis, for example, Jubal, who founded music, and, you know, all these other things. But Ham and Shem, you know, even in Jewish tradition, Shem was black too, you know, for a long time. So
that so-called table of nations, if you will, in Genesis chapter 10, being co-opted or adapted version of previous Babylonian records?
Oh, well, yeah, I'm sure it's well, we have to also remember that who the Babylonians were, though. I mean, the Babylonians were, you know, they were ancient Afro-Asiatic people before, you know, these people came down from the, you know, mountains. There was other people involved in Babylonia, but there were Amorites, there were Semitic people, and then there was, you know, Sumerians before them, and then there were other people coming from the Diyala provinces of the Zagros Mountains, who were basically white people, and they came down and adopted, you know, a lot of that stuff. And that's why you see their sculptures often, you know, on these blogs, you know, and people trying to show that they represent the ancient Babylonians, which they don't. But the Babylonians were basically the Semitic people, or Semitic people who were the same people as the Cushites or Hamitic people. So for example, they have Hadad or Adad, who was just the Arabian, you know, deity Ad, or also called Hadad. You know, and those names are turned often into, like I said, ancient ancestors. You know, Hadad was an ancestor. Ad was an ancestor. Ancient Akkad was founded by the Amorites. So the Akkadians of Babylonia were originally, you know, basically the same people who were in Arabia. Even as late as, you know, early Islamic times, and maybe later, the Salim. And do you know who the Salim were?
I'm sorry.
The Salim Ibn Mansur. The people that were in the Hara, or the area of the volcanic region that were supposed to, he talks about them being black and that all the tribes of the Hara were black, right? So the Salim actually lived in the Najd, but also were miners living across an area that extended to Iraq. So a lot of people don't understand, the connection, but a lot of these tribes that are in the Central Arabian area also, basically had settled in Babylonian times, and they named that area Babir. It was actually Babiru. It didn't mean gate, but Babir was actually a serpent. Baba is a serpent in Semitic, in the African. See, when I say Semitic, I'm talking about Ethiopic culture.
Right.
But a lot of people don't know that, for example, in Ethiopia, today's Ethiopia, there's the majority of Semitic languages are in today's Ethiopia. Okay, and the so-called Cushitic is just like we were talking about before. It's no more different than Semitic than maybe Spanish is from French or Italian. So they're actually part of one group. Cush and Cushitic language, Semitic language. The Semitic, they don't even use those terms anymore because they found out they're too related. So they use the term Afro-Asiatic, or Christopher Arrett, as Africanist historian, had created the word Afro-San. So, but it was definitely, an African group, maybe an East African originally linguistic group, and they moved up. I think he calls it the Eritrean group, and they moved up into North Africa, and then to, through Southern Arabia into Syria. Mm-hmm. And then other people came down and adopted those languages, just like they probably adopted the Siberian and Sumerian language groups. And I'm just making those statements based on the, physical anthropology of the area, because that's what really confirms a lot of this stuff. They found that the dolichocephalic type, like you were talking about, the long-headed type, was predominant and was closely related to the, East African or so-called Hamitic type for a long time, much longer than you would suspect from the all the monuments that are presented in books. And a man named Ephraim Spicer said that, it's called the Sumerian problem because you see a lot of the monuments don't look like the skeletons found in the in the graves at the period. So they're thinking now. There's some Japanese scholars that say that these people did not come into the area until like a very late period, so they could not have been the people that are represented on the monuments. Maybe those are just people that came in later and then started representing themselves. Just like today we represent Jesus as white and Moses as white, could have been that kind of thing. So, Babylonia was definitely part of the Semitic world or the Afro-Arabian world. So
Right.
That was collective, and also Egypt was connected. Now, there might have been also civilizations before that. For example, they found in Turkey or Anatolia, where you find a lot of African-looking people in the rock art there. You have even earlier cultures. So, I have that on my blog just so people don't get confused. Well, the Turkish thing probably has to do with the fact that the original Turks were not the inhabitants of modern Turkey, but much further east in Mongolia. And that's where, the Turks come from Mongolia. That's where you have Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan and Central Asia. So those were, before they were Mongoloid-looking people, there were also black people there that may have very well had some connection to, Arabian peoples, because that's where the Khazars come from. And supposedly, there's a group of people in Arabia called the Khazars too. Khazraj or Khazars, they call, it's pronounced different ways, Khazaras, but they were people of the Azd who lived in, Southwest Arabia originally, and they moved up into Medina and became the black giants of Arabia, who are mentioned in Syria as well, the black Saracen giants. So,
right.
A lot of this just has to do with the fact that now there's other people in those areas because, and that area of Central Asia I'm talking about was also called Kara Kitai, meaning the black Cathay. Cathay.
Right.
That was, if you look up that word Chathay, there were also black Mongols there. Not just China. It's not just China, but it's way out further westward into Central Asia. Parts of it was called Cathay or Cathay, yeah. But see, the word China is also misleading because that, like I said, it involved the whole of East Asia, stretching from Siberia down to Java, Indonesia, and there's many different kinds of people in there. If you ever saw that film Conan the Barbarian, I always say that's more realistic than what a lot of the people are trying to put out there. A lot of these European nuts or Nazis are trying to put out there about, about history, because you had white red-haired Tocharians, whom I hate to say this, but the Chinese consider them macaques, or they call them monkeys. You had Mongol people that were black. You had Mongol people that were, later yellow. We had white Mongol people or whitish Mongol people. All in that area of China, and then further south, of course, you had so many black populations. Ink-colored, according to their own texts. So, it's just really interesting. But people have to just keep in mind that populations move and populations change. And, Native Americans didn't look like they do now. If you go out west, you'll see, I don't know if you guys saw the DNA Tribes site, the study that showed that certain pharaohs were related to, Africans. It was about the 17th and 18th dynasties, and they showed that they were related basically to Central and Southern and West Africans, perhaps even more than modern-day Ethiopians. In autosomal DNA studies, they showed that. But they also said that certain tribes in Native America, these black tribes out near Montana, I don't know if you've seen them, but, mainly the Sioux and Oglala Sioux, they're very dark-skinned. And I'm thinking, they said there's some connection there between one of the pharaohs and those people. And I'm thinking, well, that might be because, some ancient Egyptians or Afro-Asiatic must have come over there, and that's why they're still so dark. Sioux, the Oglala Sioux, that's one of the tribes of the Native Americans that are very dark, especially in the 19th century, they're still very dark. Even though it looks like most of the original Native Americans were extremely dark. But when I say Ethiopic, I mean, people that the ancient Greeks called Ethiopic, meaning, when we talk about Ethiopia, that wasn't just modern Abyssinia or even modern Nubia. It referred to ancient Arabia, ancient black lands in general, extending across Africa. Just like the word Kush came to mean, Kushite came to mean people throughout Arabia, and then also in Nubia. And then you had the word Moor for Europeans came to mean the black man in general for a while. Okay, especially it's still in Northern Europe, like Germany and England and places like that. You'll find things like chocolates called Moro. You find in the Spanish countries, you find black beans and rice called moros y blancos, meaning black and white, moros and blancos. that's because these are names, that they came to define for themselves. Defining black-skinned people or people of very, very dark color. So, and I never meant to suggest that Ethiopia was an early name for Abyssinia. When I talk about Ethiopia, or when the Greeks talked about Ethiopia, they talked about a lot of times Arabia or, Africa in general. While the Bible actually uses the word Cush, which later became translated as Ethiopia, and that Cush referred to Arabia mostly, not Africa. So, just wanted to make that point. It comes from Mali, a lot of it.
Good.
Some of them talk about, their ancient kings being actually expelled, and then a group of followers going with them. And some of them do, like the people that claim descent in Ghana, or I think both Ghana and Nigeria, from the Israelites as well. They do, have parallel traditions of, having run into Canaanites and that kind of thing. And, for example, the Lemba, though, who are the Bantu, who are of Bantu ethnicity, they claim to come from Sena, which is, in my view, the same thing as Sana in Arabia, which is where the real Israelites, came from. Sana is actually the area of Marib, and if you look at the Bible, there's a chapter called the Exodus, and it talks about a place called Mariba. Okay, so I talk about that in my blog, how some of the myth of the Lemba actually links up with with the biblical stuff. But actually, now that I'm thinking about it, a lot of the Yoruba and the Ghana traditions are linked to the fact that they were part related to, like, the Hausa and the I don't know how to explain this, but they have traditions of coming from Canaan as well. The Hausa rulers, and there's a good book about all this. It talks a lot about how the early kings fled from Philistines, or how Philistines fled from such, for example, the Tuareg, they say, are also Philistines. I don't know if you know, but the Tuareg and the Wodabi Fulani are like extremely tall people.
Indeed.
Many of the Tuareg are over 7 feet tall.
Wow.
And that's just not something you see, in America every day. The whole group of people, that's tall. And then the Tuareg, for example, wear purple, indigo, and what did the Phoenicians wear?
Yeah, they were known for the purple dye. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, they were also known for their purple dress, attire.
Indeed.
And there's other people that don't know that the word for their dialect, they call their dialect Tifinag, which means belonging to the Phoenicians.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's what that word means. Their language means the dialect of the Phoenicians. So basically, when you read about, all these places the Phoenicians founded in North Africa, they're basically talking about the Tuareg. The Phoenicians were known, also sometimes described as very tall people. And Zeno, I think it's Diop that brings up Zeno, who describes one of the Phoenicians as an Egyptian vine shoot because it was very tall and black. A Phoenician that settled in Cyprus. The Zaghawa and the Yeroba, because a lot of the people are connected through those people. The Zaghawa, or Songhai as they were called, and the Jukon and Fona of Ghana. Those people are all related. If you look at my writings there, you'll see that those people are all related, and they claim the same origin. They first came down from Wargla and other places in North Africa, in Algeria, and they were ruled. A lot of those people, were, like I said, were originally Jewish, where they became Muslim. That's why you have Queen Kahina, who was of the Jarawa or Garawa, and you have the man today. They're called Wangarawa. They were called Wangarawa because of that reason. So it's very complicated. You have to know this history. That's what I'm actually working on a book talking about, before even the Neolithic period, there must have been, because if you look at, black people were occupying, like I say, Anatolia, which is now Turkey, Mongolia, and other places for thousands of years before, the ancestors of modern Europeans were really that numerous. So there were people that were in Europe and Northern Asia that were, that had a similar culture, for example, and then those people migrated into, down back into Arabia, and the Ubaid culture came from the Tufians, and they immigrated into Southwest Arabia, and some of those people crossed over into, and from the rock art, some of those people crossed over back into Africa. So some of the people in Nubia, may be, or that are so-called, Negro, may have been part of that wave of people. Because if you look at the people in Arabia today, like I said, in Central Africa, you're talking about, a gigantic version of who's that guy that played on Friday, Tibbu or whatever. Friday. Debo. Movie called Friday. Debo. Yeah, these people are bigger than him that I'm talking about.
Wow.
They're in Arabia,
Wow.
And they're been portrayed in the art. European colonialist artists that went there to the Hejaz, I sometimes put it up, of the Hawazin man. He looks just like Debo, or Mr. T. So,
wow.
But this one guy I saw in, when I was living in New York, his bone structure was such that his hand, I'm almost 5'10" probably, and my hand probably could have fit like several times in his hand. No American man came close to what I'm talking about. These people are literally giants. Both in bone structure, and some of them are very tall too. Like even Osama bin Laden, he was like, what was he, 6'4" or something? But they have people down there and he's not black. I'm not talking, when I say black person, I'm talking about real black people. But in the Central Arabia, southern Central Arabia, which is Wadi Dawasir area, or Yamama, it's called Yamama, meaning that's where the biblical Jemima comes from. And you find these people who are the, representatives of the Az people, or Adites and Amalekites, and they're very, very tall as well. Some of them are, very tall people. And the Watusi, too, also claim to have come from Arabia and to have been Hebrews. So there's a very good possibility that all these people that you see, the very tall Tuareg and Watusi and Dawasir, all, originate in the same place. And that these people were the first people to be called Ethiopians by Herodotus, because they were supposed to be the tallest, blackest, most beautiful of men.
Right.
Well, most people, did you know in Arabia, Africa is called the brown continent? I'm talking about the black people that are, the majority of black people, as well as the sub-Saharan Africa, mainly sub-Saharan or sub-North African coastline Africans, because everybody south of that coastline is still looking like African Americans, or like the Fulani, who are in some regions of Africa, the Fulani would be considered white.
Okay.
I walked into a party of people from the Ivory Coast, and they started whispering, what's that? I had braids in my head hair too, and they said, "What's that white woman doing here?" And I'm not, I'm not like, I'm not even yellow, I'm regular. At least I think I'm a regular African American almost. I'm not really dark, but I'm not light either. Make clear, when I'm talking about black people, I'm not talking about light-skinned people. My family is mixed, okay? My mother is, sometimes people mistake her for Filipino, light-skinned Filipino. My son is, my ex-husband is a Kabyle from the mountains of northern Algeria, so he's very, very light-skinned. My son is light-skinned. My brother has blue eyes, green eyes. I'm not a racist, but I'm not interested in just, compromise on this kind of issue, because we're not talking about people that were of European descent, of Syrian descent, we're talking about people who have gotten actually lighter from, especially in Arabia and India, from mixing with other people and getting their hair, turning to something else, because the description of the early Arabs is not of, light-skinned black people. It's mainly of, like the Az, for example, were, as Wesley says, Shadid al-Udma, which is extremely black, jet black. Okay, and the only reason you have people a lot of times with straight hair that are, dark skin is because they were so black in the beginning. You're talking about blue-black people. I mean, even in Somalia, you'll see people that are almost blue-black with curly hair. Because they were so black in the beginning that mixing with Yemenites and some of Somalia actually are Arabs themselves. They're not even they're the original Arabs.
Indeed.
They're the original people from Yemen, and some of them came from Mecca. So that's why they look like that. If you go to the area between Mecca and Jeddah, there's Hudhail and some of this Quraysh look like as black as a Somali. If you go to Israel, and this is what I didn't believe when I first heard of it, like 20 years ago, a girl said she saw people, that were Quraysh in Israel, and that she said they were, black, and they were complaining that they were so black, they need to stay out of the sun and stuff like that. And I'm like, that's weird. They must be, again, maybe they're slaves or something, or descendants of slaves. And here to come to find out that, they are the Kanana. Their Quraysh are from Kanana. That's what learning about the genealogy, you get to, understand what they're talking about when they say why the Syrians said the Canaanites are black. They have dozens of writers, the Syrian Arabs, the Arabized Syrians, saying the Canaanites are black. Now, Westerners are trying to tell you that the Canaanites are Syrians. But the early Syrians said that the Canaanites and the Arabs, were black.
Indeed.
They say Dahabi said if you go to Hijaz, you won't see a fair-skinned person. And that was back in the 14th century. That wasn't too long ago. And now, it's different now, of course.
Yeah.
But
baffled them because a nervous system was being created for black people that we felt the pain of one another wherever we were on the earth. But after Malcolm was assassinated and Martin was assassinated and Elijah Muhammad was gone, notice the shift in language. We were no longer black. In New York City, there were several black shows. There was Black News. Was it Positively Black? There was the national program with Tony Brown called Black Journal.
Right.
After the death of these giants, now the wise people said, let's change the language so we can change their focus and give them a new understanding of who they are. So subtly, there was no more Black News, no more Positively Black. Black Journal became Tony's Journal. And all over America, wherever black was describing that program, Black Star in Baltimore, that left. And then the new language was the minority, the disadvantaged. Then came African American. And what was happening is a severing of the nervous system that black had made, tying us to the struggle of black people all over the world. So now there can be a Darfur. Who cares? That's not us. There can be a Rwanda and Burundi. Who cares? That's not us. So we don't feel suffering until there's a Katrina. Oh, that's us. But what's going on in Haiti, that's not us. What's going on in Brazil, in Costa Rica, in Colombia, in Nicaragua, in Guatemala, that is not us. So the language shift. Now let's go to Darfur. If you notice, on the mall, 95% of those who were present were Caucasian. I'm not going to denigrate their sensitivity to suffering, but the reason that blacks were not there is because the blacks who could make something happen were never invited. It's not that black people don't care about Darfur, but Darfur, on the scale of suffering in the world, pales, because now I heard there were 180,000 dead, from that to 400,000, okay? 2 million displaced. But in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, 3.5 million have died, no talk. In northern Uganda, with the Lord's Resistance Army and the walking at night for the children trying to run away so that they would not be kidnapped and made to fight against the government in Kampala. No talk. Why Sudan? For the last 15 years, Sudan has been on the agenda for regime change. Regime change because Sudan housed Palestinian resistance fighters. Sudan housed Osama bin Laden and put him out. But Sudan is an Islamist regime that is against the state of Israel. Now let's stop there for a moment. See, now they said, well, these are some Arabs in the Sudan enslaving Africans. So naturally, this is the language of Arabs enslaving Africans. This is so clever, and the media pushes that so that there would come a natural hatred of blacks for Arabs, so that Arabs look like the real culprits here. Well, you don't know this, but I and my national, international representative, Akbar Muhammad, who's in the studio with me, who I want to speak on this in just a few moments, he and I were together on a peace mission. Listen to me carefully now. How many years ago was that, Brother Akbar? Over 10 years ago, wasn't it?
It was 1994.
1994, 12 years ago. Now, I went to Ghana and spoke with then President Jerry John Rawlings. And Rawlings said, if you want to help ease the crisis, get in touch with Kenneth Kaunda, the former president of Zambia. We got in touch with Kenneth Kaunda, and he said he would accompany us. And so we went to Kenya and met with President Arap Moi, who at that time was over that group of nations that were working for peace. What is it?
IGAD.
IGAD, E-G-A-D. So when we met with President Moi, he sent us to Uganda, where we met with President Museveni. But the most important meeting was a meeting with Brother John Garang, who for 20 years was fighting the government in Khartoum. Now, why was there a fight? Was it over slavery? Akbar, you were with me. At no time during our talk with John Garang, which was 4 hours in length, was there ever a mention of slavery.
Right, never mentioned.
But when I mentioned the word justice, then John Garang's wife broke down and cried and said that I was the only person who came that talked about justice. Now, what was the injustice? The Arabs have mixed their blood with the Africans that live in the north. They are Arabized and Islamic. And the same racist poison that has poisoned the bloodstream of Islam has made the Arab north feel superior to the Christian animist African south. The south is black, 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 so black till there's blue in their color. So when you have, like the enemy has done to us, when you're lighter, you think you're better than your black brother or sister. And in New Orleans, when I just left there, they told me about the brown bag, that if you walked in a place and you couldn't pass the brown bag test, meaning your color was darker than the bag that you carry your liquor in, you couldn't go in certain places. And in Washington, D.C., y'all know that there was an elitist attitude among light-skinned black people against dark-skinned black people. The same game that the enemy has played here and in Africa. Now he's dominating that scene now in Sudan. Now look at the Sudan. It's the largest landmass country, I think.
That's right.
On the African continent. If it were fully developed, it could feed all of Africa. In the south, there's an abundance of oil. And if you remember in Nigeria, in the eastern part of Nigeria, they wanted to break that part off years ago and call it Biafra. And it ignited a civil war. And the civil war was to unite that which gave them power, because there was a regime in Lagos that the government of America and Britain did not like. Now, what you got in the West, Brother Akbar, tell the audience, because I sent Brother Akbar there to look into the situation in Darfur, and James M. Toomey went himself. Tell them about the Janjaweed, tell them about the government, tell them about the farmers, tell them about the herders, tell them what is really happening on the ground there, and then we'll come back to why no black people were there on that mall.
Yes, Brother Minister, with your permission, first, thank you very much. I'd like to say to the audience, you know, we have a saying, when there's darkness, stand still. And most black people in America did not participate because the cloud that was around it that they really didn't understand. And then they were not invited in mass. They tried to get some to come. So the standing still is because they've heard so many different things. One of the things I want to start off where the minister left off at, when that peace accord was signed in the South, immediately this conflict broke out in the West. Now, until the last 5 days, most people in America knew nothing about the rebel group that started all of this. They had a peace accord in Abuja. The Sudanese government said that they would sign. The rebels first resisted. Bush sent the Deputy Secretary of State there to force the rebels. Now, how could you force the rebels to sign unless you got some clout with them, or were you supplying them with money and weapons and so forth, and you told them that this is what you have to do at that time? But the tragedy is that if you look at the government in Khartoum, Now, whenever we look at the world and you talk about a government, Brother Minister, if you talked about Iraq during the time of Saddam Hussein, they'd show his picture. If you talked about Syria, they would show Assad. If you talked about Saudi Arabia today, they would show King Abdullah. If you talk about Egypt, they would show Mubarak. They've talked about the Sudan, but if I asked an audience across this country, what does the president of the Sudan look like? Most people do not know. He just went to Iran to meet with the leader of Iran, and very little information showing him in a picture with him because he is as black as Akbar or either blacker. So he doesn't fit the script of the Arab who's killing Africans. Last week, the Washington Post published the 5 facts about Darfur. One of them on there that was blaring, and Mtumi, you can bear witness to this, is that all of the people are black. So if you talk about Arabs killing Africans, and told me you went into a room when you were there. I went into the same room, and the man said, would the Arab tribe leaders stand up, that include the ones that are called Janjaweed? And when they stood up, they were all black. He said, now will the African tribes stand up? And they were all black. And so everybody, we looked at each other because the picture in America is that these white Arabs are killing Africans. And the brother said clearly, what makes them the Arabs, they only speak Arabic and they're herders, or you would call nomads. They do herding. What makes them Africans is they speak an African language and Arabic. They're all Muslims. And so they've had this clash for 500 years. This conflict with the rebels exacerbated it because the government did go in and form a militia. And this militia was not to make people suffer in murder and rape, but it was to root out the rebels who had taken shelter among the villagers and the people. And this picture is not seen in America.
Yeah, that's a good history lesson.
Well,
and
if I could just finish that point. You see, when you see Senator Tom Lantos leading the march on the Sudanese embassy, when you see Elie Wiesel, these are Zionists. These are pro-Israeli Zionists. Why are they leading the march? Do you really think that they have compassion for what is going on in Darfur? See, human suffering is human suffering. Don't tell me you have compassion for the blacks that are suffering in Darfur and you got Palestinians suffering under your nose and you don't care nothing about that? Come on. If there's 3.5 million dying in the Congo, you say nothing about that? The people that are dying in Uganda, you say nothing about that? No. Then what is the motive sitting up under this? This is what black people have to look at. It is that there's oil in the West, there's gold, there's uranium, and there's a 500-year fight. Like the early plains, you know, if I was a cattle rancher, you know, and you were a sheep herder, and we didn't like the sheep herders, and there's a fight between the cattle ranchers, the sheep herders. Then the railroad comes in, and they start taking the land. So all these boys fighting each other in early American history. This is what's going on in Darfur, and the mistake that the government made. But sincere, they saw these herders that were going to fight against the rebels, and they armed them. But then that 500-year-old hatred that's in them took precedence over rooting out the rebels, and the massacre began and so forth. So what I say to black people, you know, when the former slave masters who didn't care about lynching, who didn't care about our suffering, who don't care about what happened in Katrina, don't you be deceived that they care about what's happening over there and they don't care what's happening to us here. If you can promote black people calling black women bitches and whores and have no thought about that, you can promote gangster life, guns and drugs, and you have no thought about that, yet the black community is dying as we speak. How in the hell can I think you're concerned about Darfur when we are dying in Harlem and in Brooklyn and the south side of Chicago? Stop it. black people, wake up to the deceit. We are not there because we were not invited, and that was not our party.
We're going to take a quick break. Yeah, on that note, we're going to take a real quick break, too. Yes. And we're going to come back with more of the Honorable Lewis.
Because the coming of the Europeans, not only to Africa, but the coming of the Europeans to the world was disaster. And yet, when you read the history books, the assumption is that the coming of the Europeans was the bringing of the light. And yet, everywhere he went in the world, he put out the light. He brought no civilization to anybody, anywhere, any place in the world. Now, I am reversing history. And if I couldn't prove it, I wouldn't be saying it. First place, you have to deal with something in one of the great myths in human history, and that is the myth of the invader as civilizer and conqueror. No people ever conquered, invaded any people for the sake of civilizing them. The African invasion of Spain. The Africans, Berbers and Arabs gave Spain the greatest material civilization it ever had before or since. Yet, the Africans, Berbers, and Arabs so depressed Iberian or Spanish culture to the point it hasn't recovered to this very day. If you go to Spain right now, when they point to some achievement, it is some achievement the Moors left behind. They still hadn't recovered. I say every invader depresses the culture of a people and takes more away, ultimately, than they gave. I'm talking about the Europeans coming to the world, doing the whole world more harm than good. And if he say he is the bringer of the light, he is a liar and a hypocrite, because he brought no light, he put out the light. And that he is in a position right now of losing the world, and each time he called an age his golden age is that age when he has somebody else to exploit outside of Europe. And that he never had a golden age when he had only Europe to feed on. He is being pushed right now to a point where he is being deprived of the land and the resources outside of Europe, when he would rather blow up the world if he can't rule it. And so the people of the world had better protect themselves or prepare to go back and change, because he'd rather enslave it or destroy it if he can't rule it. Look at the world of Africa and Asia, but principally Africa, before that European came out of that box the second time. All right. The first time he was pushed back into Europe by a combination of Africans and Arabs after he had played around with Christianity, disgraced it, brought on Islam, was pushed out of the Mediterranean. All right. During these years, he is out of the Mediterranean. He was forced into what he called the middle or the dark ages. For 700 years now, he's been in Europe, feeding on Europeans. He has not enslaved the African principally because he has been enslaving Europeans under a form of slavery that he called feudalism. Strong Europeans have taken the land and enslaved other Europeans to work the land. The biggest landowner in Europe is the church. The exploitation of the people under the guise of divine right of the church. And the church has calmed down the people. I'm talking about the Catholic Church. It's the only church they recognized at that time. That the people are going to get theirs in the hereafter. The people are so burdened with taxation and that the people are about to explode. Now, to get more funds to build the cathedrals and to support the top-heavy ministry, the gold lace robes of the priests and the bishops, they are selling compensations to the people. Then they have to look around for different ways to make money from the people. And so now they have something laying in wait. They haven't exploited something called purgatory. So they began to exploit the concept of purgatory. The poor soul didn't get to heaven. She stopped in purgatory. For so much money and so many prayers, we will pray her from purgatory into heaven. In the midst of this, they got quite a bit of money that way. Then they began to sell compensations and favors and tassels. The more tassels you got, the closer you are to God. And the church figures began to, you're selling all kind of forgiveness toys. And in the midst of all of this, the people began to grumble. They've got nothing left. The church is bleeding them dry. The people are about to explode against the church. Then something came, save the church in the nick of time. A beatnik religious wanderer, Peter the Hermit, had gone to the Holy Land and discovered something. A puritanical Arab or Persian, he said he was a Persian, so if he says he's a Persian, we never argue that point. Saladin had barred the Christian pilgrims from going to the Holy Land to see the Holy Grail and the holy places. He spread the news across Europe. How dare this infidel keep us from the holy places to see the ornamentations, the chalice, and all of the things that touched by our Lord, including the very shawl that he died in. He spread the news across Europe. We must go and rescue the Holy Grail. Wasn't lost anyway, but be that as it may. So the Pope sees the idea. Now he can take the people's attention off of revolt. He needs an issue to take the people's mind from what the church has been doing to them. Now, You think because of your books that the crusade has something to do with holiness, something to do with religion. Well, I hate to disappoint you, but the crusade was a political thing to save the church from the wrath of the people. Now you can read it your way, but as a classroom teacher, I got to read it the truthful way. All right. Now, Peter the Hermit, and with the Pope's endorsement, people began to gather for the first crusade. People began to march, and as they began to march to gather food, gather people to go across Europe, rescue the Holy Grail, rescue the ornamentations from the infidels, people forgot their grievances. And as they began to march across Europe, they could go to a farm and not only take the farmer's products, take the farmer's daughter in the name of God. One was a woman over 10 safe. Take the lady too. Wasn't an unviolated woman in root. They could do everything. They said, in the name of God. Come on. In the name of God, give it up. What I'm trying to show you is that the 300-year making of the mentality of the European that ultimately going to go into the enslavement of the blacks. What the blacks failed to understand is that the European mentality that enslaved us, that is still intact, was a long time in the making. And once it was crystallized, it was there to stay. And I call this the evil genius of Europe. And you've got to understand that mentality. Because black people are hung up with a concept. They are human beings just like us. You are right. They are not. They are human beings shaped by a condition of history. And you are human beings shaped by a condition of history. And you are shaped by an environmental condition and by a cultural condition. And if you understand something which I've gone over repeatedly, but I still think you missed the point, that all of us are shaped by three meanings of history. The people of the sand, the people of the sun, and the people of the ice. The Europeans are still the people of the ice to this day. The Africans are still the people of the sun to this day. The Arabs are still the people of the sand to this day. And each one of us act according to the environment that produced us. And you still act with the sentiment and the beautiful humanity that came out of that sun. And maybe we have spent too much time expecting the sun in the sand, in the ice, to get together. We should let each one fall in its respective place and stay there. There was a time when each emperor with enough power who wanted to impress the Pope found his own crusades. But this petered out until a group of children in Europe decided that if the adults have failed, we will go and rescue the Holy Grail. We will go across Europe and do what they failed to do. And this is the last and the most tragic of all of the crusades, the Children's Crusade. The most tragic crusade in history. 250,000 children, maybe a little more, marched across Europe These kids were sincere, dedicated Christian children, marched across Europe, saying that they would go and rescue the Christian ornamentations in the holy places. Adults integrated themselves with the kids, ostensibly to help them. About half of them froze to death, died of hunger. And when they got to the warm waters of the Mediterranean in the spring, they discovered that the adults came in to help them were really slave traders who sold the rest to the infidel Arabs that they were supposed to be fighting. One of the tragic events in human history. Now, if the African understood that event, if the Africans had insight and understood what the Europeans were doing to the Europeans, he could have saved himself from the slave trade. So if these people would do that to their children, there's nothing for me to expect. And when the European hit his shore, he'd have killed him on sight. That'd have been the end of that. He wasn't alerted to it. He was still hung up with the fact that if I have humanity, somebody else come, I'll treat him like he's a human being because I'm a human being. He invited him for dinner. Treat him like a guest. He ended up being a slave. That same kind of sentiment is still among African people to this very day. The Aztecs in Mexico did the same thing with Cortez, and he took over Mexico. Less than 2,000 men took over all Mexico. Came as a guest, stayed as the conqueror. We non-Western people never learned. Hadn't learned to this very day. All right, now, Europe is awakening from the Middle Ages and from the Dark Ages. The Africans are still ruling Spain, they still block Europe from the Mediterranean. And yet, the storm is gathering in Spain between two sets of Africans. And this storm is gathering because the Muslims are beginning to fight among themselves. Portugal frees herself from the domination of the Africans in 1240. Because the Africans were the military arm of Spain from 711 to 1240. Because around 1000, the Almoravids under Ibn bin Tishfan enters the scene. Mostly Africans, sprinkling of Arabs. But in the 1000s, but 1240, the Almohades enters. Now you have two competing military groups for the Mediterranean in Spain. In the 1400s, they began to argue among themselves. The Almoravids are puritanical Muslims. The Almohades are mixed with the second Arab invaders who came in from Arabia in the 1000s. They don't care too much about Islam. They're pretending Islam. That was the dumping ground, the waste matter of the Arab world. They're freebooters, marauders, and nobodies. They're coming looking for what they could get. Now, the argument is over customs of Islam. That group goes into Spain and violates all the basic rules of the faith. They not only marry Spanish women, they marry more than 4. A violation of the faith, violation of the custom. They not only marry more than 4, they let the Spanish woman remain in the Catholic Church. If she's good in bed, they don't care whether she stay in the church or not. But the African not only doesn't marry more than 4, but whoever he marries, she has to not only convert to Islam, she must keep a proper Islamic diet. Failing that, he goes home to Africa to get his woman. There wasn't no Catholic woman in his bed, no Catholic woman in his kitchen. He's a Muslim straight away. Because when we get into a thing, we go all the way. We out poke it out, Muhammad.
So the darker color on the whole accords more with equatorial areas, and that's what you would expect, because darker color originally has to be associated with an adaptation that has to do with the sun, and the sun being directly overhead here and people being exposed to the sun. And the only place where not only do you have the whitest white here is Northern Europe, but also you have people living at such northern latitudes is in Northern Europe. That is because the weather always flows from the west to the east owing to the direction of the rotation of the Earth. So western coasts are always mild in climate, and eastern coasts are always violent in climate. The cold places in Canada, or going this way, it's on the same latitude as Siberia. And so, in other words, these places, if they were anywhere else and didn't have this warm stream, would be uninhabitable. So when the Europeans, that is, when the ancestors of the Europeans, who were just like the other humans, moved in here, a kind of adaptation occurred where they well, this is the current theory. It is believed that that people who have lighter skin color were selected for survival because women in the childbearing ages, if they were dark colored, would get rickets because the dark skin prevented the absorption of enough sunlight to produce vitamin D in their bodies so that they could bear children and have healthy children and so on. And when they were in the northern countries, the sun was at an angle, and so they didn't get enough nourishment from the sun because of that, and because the winters were long and dark and so on. Now, that's a theory. I'm not an expert in that area, so I'm not saying that that's the truth or what. But it could be that there are very adventitious, that is, accidental things that produce racial differences. Now, another point is that I just read in the newspaper yesterday that they just proclaimed, which is again a questionable proclamation, but it might be, but it has a very odd resonance with some of the teachings of Elijah Muhammad, that blue eyes were an adaptation that appeared only 6,000 years ago. How about that? So that's a rather strange coincidence, actually. One other thing here is that you'll notice there are other people who have the same type of dark color as Africans in other places, like South India, Sri Lanka, New Guinea, and so on. And although these people are all genetically related and all belong to the human race, it's not thought that they are closely related recently in time. Let's go on here. This is a map based on haplotypes of the different races, and the 4 quadrants here represent roughly, here you have the African, here you have the European, here you have East Asian, and here you have Southeast Asian and Oceanic peoples. And like everything else, this is very approximate, because you only look at certain genes and you don't look at others, and then you make these kind of classifications. Even so, it should at least indicate that there's a lot more ethnic variety in the world than one would think. And the lines that divide are rather arbitrary.
This is the Supreme Court in Washington. Now, we can't get into film because they're actually in session. But what I wanted to show you is a frieze, which is in the room where the Chief Justices actually sit and dispense justice. This frieze pays homage to the ideas and principles that have inspired the American legal system. And one of the foundation documents represented in this frieze is the Kor'raan. And in the nation's capital, there are a few other references to Islam, largely unknown, rarely seen. The Thomas Jefferson Building contains the Library of Congress, the oldest cultural institution in Washington, which was completed in the 19th century. Around the dome of the reading room is a mural meant to represent the nations and ideas that contributed most to American civilization. And it might come as a surprise to historians that amongst the ideas represented here is Islam. Beneath this great mural, I'm meeting Congressman Keith Ellison, who I came across at the start of my journey in Minneapolis.
So Keith, tell me about when you took your oath of office, because it was on a copy of the Quran and not just any copy.
Well, in fact, it was on this Quran that we have right here before us. And, you know, in fact, this Quran, which is a 2-volume set, has the initials TJ inscribed right here, Thomas Jefferson. And so, you know, we said this is...
What was your reaction when you found out that one of the founding fathers had his own copy of the Quran?
Rocky, I was gobsmacked.
If the Declaration of Independence was 1776, and the Constitution was 1789, and if George Washington's first term started in 1789, who was the leader of the United States for 13 years between 1776 and 1789? I learned the answer to this question from Prince. Yeah, Prince, the symbol, or the artist. He was on a Tavis Smiley show talking about chemtrails after he saw Dick Gregory talk about chemtrails, manganese, and malt liquor conspiracy theories on the state of the Black Union. And in the video, he mentions that he found out there were 8 presidents before George Washington.
When I found out there were 8 presidents before George Washington, I wanted to smack somebody. You know, I wanted to know why I was taught otherwise. Just tell me the whole story. I'll fill in the blanks.
I think I also recall him saying that Barack Obama wasn't the first black president. So I started looking this stuff up and found out there were 14 presidents before George Washington and 7 black presidents before Barack Obama.
Now, the other point here that we're dealing with over these straits, is that is over the Red Sea, is that this area is Semitic, speaks Arabic, Semitic language, and has been Semitic throughout the entire recorded history of the human race. That is, for 5,000 years, it's been Semitic. And Semitic is part of this language group, the Afro-Asiatic language group, which is mostly in Africa. So why especially should we make the border here and not over here? And why should Arabia, Syria, and Iraq not be part of Africa also? Because that's just an arbitrary thing. Culturally, this is more deserving of being considered part of Africa than it is part of Asia, actually, because it has this cultural unity with Africa. The other thing is that would support that, seas often unite more than they divide. And in fact, if we look at the detailed history of this little area here, we see that there is a Yemeni Ethiopian civilization on either side of the Bab el-Mandeb Straits that is strongly related across those straits, each part to the other. Today, the languages of Ethiopia with their ancient Ethiopic alphabet are part of what were called the South Arabian language group. Language is not an absolute marker of race, and that becomes a big problem when we explain race, because if we go back and look at where languages were established, we don't really know what the race of those people was. And that is something that can be investigated in various ways, but there's a lot of uncertainty about it. The Indo-Europeans, however, originally lived either north of the Black Sea in the Ukraine, or north of the Caucasus Mountains in a part of what is now southern Russia, or north of the Caspian Sea, or possibly extending off into Kazakhstan. And that was the original place where Indo-European tribes existed at that time. and all the Indo-European languages spread out of the language families, and how the language families developed and separated from each other. So, and it is somewhat speculative also, because the way it links different languages together, because all the links that are very far back are just guesswork. Let's go on. It's the Afro-Asiatic languages, which concerns us. And also when we look at the map and we see Africa as a separate thing here, with the sea drawing the boundaries, we have to remember that to some extent these concepts were developed with maps in mind, and that maps may not represent the greatest truth about something. Now, how did Africa get named, for example? Well, the Greeks here, who created or who gave the impetus for the modern treatments of history and geography, and whom Western civilization traces itself back to, whether legitimately or not. The Greeks noticed that there was this little strait of water, salt water, the Dardanelles, and then the Bosphorus, that connected the Black Sea with the Mediterranean Sea. And they thought, wow, that's really strange. There's this little tiny saltwater strait that in the Bosphorus is only 1 mile wide, and the Dardanelles is 2 miles wide, separating these two sides. So they said, this side is Europe, and this side is Asia. And that's where the names Europe and Asia came from. And then they sailed over here. The people from the little island of Thera, or Santorini, sailed over here and colonized this little spot in eastern Libya, the only place the Greeks colonized in Africa. And they sailed over here, and the people there were called the Libu, so they called that continent Libya. So there were 3 continents, Europe, Asia, and Libya. And so Herodotus, 2,400 years ago, in his book, when he talks about Pharaoh Necho sending the 3 Phoenician ships that sailed around Libya and came back in 3 years, which is one of the great early voyages of exploration. They sailed around Libya. Well, what happened, and how did it get to be called Africa? Well, when the Romans attacked here and conquered Carthage, which was a city in Tunis, it was a Semitic Phoenician-speaking city in Tunisia. That area around there was called Africa. So Tunisia, well, that was originally Africa, and that was part of Libya, which was this continent. And when the Muslims came, the concept of Africa became Afriqiya, and it was extended to all of North Africa. And then, when the Europeans named this, they named Africa after that, and so they started calling it Africa instead of Libya, while the name Libya shrank back to the country of Libya, so that the two names reversed themselves. And what had been called Libya became called Africa after that. And meanwhile, you will notice that the concept of Europe and Asia doesn't really hold water, because even though this little tiny geographical feature is interesting, but the Europe and Asia are connected here through Russia, and there's no particular border between them. So Europe is a fake continent. It doesn't really deserve to be called a continent. In fact, this whole landmass could be called Afro-Eurasia and be called one continent, or we could separate Africa because it's only connected by the Sinai Peninsula and say that's a continent and Eurasia is the other continent. And that would seem more logical than calling Europe a continent. If Europe is a continent, and this, by the way, reflects the distorted Robinson projection, so Europe is actually smaller than this in relation to Africa, then why isn't the Southwest Asia a continent with Arabia? Why isn't India a continent? Why isn't China a continent? Why isn't Southeast Asia a continent? Those are all areas that are culturally separate and are as deserving of being continents as Europe is. So that's just part of the Eurocentredness of all of our information. We would go to a country like Egypt and say, well, Egyptians consider themselves white. Well, Egyptians consider themselves Arabs. Well, look at the Egyptian people here. The Egyptian people here as immigrants in America often, not always, but often come from the higher class of people, because those are the people who are the most able to immigrate, and they come from people who are lighter colored because some of their genetic makeup was associated with Turkic people who lived there and influenced the upper class. If you actually look at the Egyptian people, they're pretty dark colored. They're really pretty dark colored. You go to the beach at Alexandria in the summer and you see more skin color there because people are, taking off some of their clothes. So you see that they're pretty dark colored. They're not white colored. They're pretty dark colored. They're brown colored. That was why Al-Hajj Malik al-Shabazz, Malcolm X, when he visited Egypt, said, I found many people there who could easily pass for African Americans. And there's one of them. Anwar Sadat, the late president of Egypt, whose mother was Sudanese. And not only him, Muhammad Naguib, the first president of Egypt here, also had a Sudanese mother, even though he doesn't look quite so black. And Gamal Abdel Nasser, who was considered Arab and had a very prominent nose, and so that looked like Arab features. But if you look at his color, he was a black, dark-colored Saidi from Upper Egypt, from southern Egypt. He was very dark-colored. So that only leaves Hosni Mubarak, the present president, who is lighter colored than those three. Even the presidents of Egypt have been pretty black, actually. This is Sheikh Saad al-Abdallah, who was the emir of Kuwait for a few days. He wasn't removed because he was black. He was removed because he was in poor health. And so the opposite, because there were two branches of the Sabah family were exchanging position of emir, and the one that had held it for a long time under Jabir al-Ahmed wanted to grab it back, so it was a power struggle. But he was very black, and that didn't bother anyone. King Hassan of Morocco, the late king of Morocco, obviously showed African features. Prince Bandar ibn Sultan, the long-term Saudi ambassador to the United Nations, obviously also had African features, and Sultan Qaboos, the ruler of Oman, like that too. So one cannot really go around asserting that, oh, those Arabs are white people or something like that. That would be a little bit deceptive. Now, because of white racism in the world, everybody wanted to be associated with white. So when the first beginnings of overseas, what you call Pan-African nationalism started in the Caribbean area. And people from Jamaica, before the arrival of Haile Selassie and Rastafari and Rastafarianism and all of that, were so pleased that Emperor Menelik of Ethiopia had defeated the Italians at the Battle of Adwa in 1896, so that some of them made their way all the way over there to Ethiopia to say, oh, you can be the great leader of the blacks. And what did Emperor Menelik say? I'm not black, I'm white. And then you find that the Highland Ethiopians might say that to this day, even. But this is just the effects of colonialism. Next. This belt down here in Africa, and it's associated with the jungle. Actually, the original tropical forest or jungle was only where there's very dark green, so it's not even a very major...
Argument now is between these factions. You got Islamic factions arguing. Now, about 1450, this argument is getting heated to the point where one half of Spain, under the Castilians, have freed themselves from the domination. The Castilians boast that they have no Moorish blood. It's a lie, but that's what they say. Because the Spaniards have been mixed with African bloods even since the Carthaginian time. Because any time a Spaniard say he's pure white, I mean, don't ever laugh directly in his face. I mean, be respectful. I mean, cup your hands and turn your head to one side. they've been mixed with us so long, it's just impossible to find a single Spaniard on the face of the earth who don't have at least a few drops of us. They used to boast about it, but now in this country, you know, and if they can pass the taxi cab test, they try to pass the color test. Don't argue the point, you know. If you can pass it, pass. All right, good luck. Good luck, bro. Don't make no fuss about it. All right, now, there was something else that happened earlier. 1415. The Portuguese, who are more independent than the Spaniards, still partly under the domination of the Moors. 1415, the Portuguese invade a part of Africa, a little enclave called Cetra. I used to say it's about the size of Central Park, but then I went to Cetra. It's off the coast of Morocco. It's not as big as Central Park. And they conquered it. And this put heart in Europe. It's been years since the Europeans been able to draw any blood in Africa. Africa had caused them so much fear. And Europeans now begin to get that little courage back again. See, almost 700 years or more, the Africans had penned them into the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean was the sea of the world, the trading sea. Since the days of the Carthaginians, they wanted that sea. Remember during the Roman time, Carthage, when Hannibal blocked their way off, and when they shouted out, Carthage must be destroyed, they just had to have the Mediterranean. They've got to have it right now. It touches on three great cultures. It was the melting pot, the cultural melting pot of the world. They wanted it back again. They wanted to get back into the Mediterranean, back into the trade of the Mediterranean. All right, 1455. We have to go slow right here because something is going to happen. 1455. Spain and Portugal now free enough now to go to the Pope and begin to talk about, we're going to take over the world next. They're so sure of themselves, they're talking about lines of demarcation. Go to the Pope, talking about how we're going to divide up things when we're in charge. In this ensuing conversation before the Pope sells the argument. You are both authorized to reduce to servitude all infidel people. This account is beautifully told in Eric Williams' Capitalism and Slavery, and told again in his work, The Caribbeans from Columbus to Castro. I don't know what you think about Eric Williams. A whole lot of people didn't think too much of him as the Prime Minister of Trinidad. And a whole lot of people don't forget that Eric Williams, while he may not have been a good Prime Minister of Trinidad, he was one of the best historians ever come out of the Caribbean islands. I knew him personally, and he was a colleague of mine, and knew him enough to fight with him and argue with him and to do. That man knew research. That man knew history. He should never have been a prime minister, because that's my personal opinion. Because I just happen to think that he was out of place as a politician. He should have been in the classroom. He could do more research faster and get more things correctly placed than any historian I know about. He wrote the history of Trinidad and Tobago in 2 months. And wasn't a single error in it. So Some writers take 3 years to do a book like that. It's insight into history. And probably in his last years, he wanted to ban his own book, Capitalism and Slavery. I still think it was, in fact, he wanted to put you in jail for bringing it into Trinidad. I still think it's one of the great masterpieces of economic history. And, my main point here is that the Pope had literally sanctioned the mentality that would go into the making of the slave trade. Now, as we move further, something else is going to happen. These are unnoticed events in history. The maps of the Jewish gold merchants who had a monopoly on gold trade in North Africa and the inner Africa called the Western Sudan would fall into the hands of Prince Henry of Portugal, called Henry the Navigator, though there is no evidence that he ever went to sea. He would open a school for chart making and map making. The important thing about the school is that a little-known sailor, Christopher Colon, later called Christopher Columbus, would attend this school. More about him later. All right, now Europe is learning longitude and latitude. Europe has forgotten how to handle ships. The school at Salamanca, run by Africans and Arabs, had began to translate this information from Spain, in Spain, translate this information from the leading maritime nation of that day, which is China. Now, taking the material from China, Europe is going back at sea, but Europe is learning something else. Europe is learning intellectual history, also preserved at Salamanca. Europe has forgotten its own masters, has forgotten its philosophers, Aristotle and Plato and all of this has been forgotten. Europe is learning again its own intellectual heritage. Europe will learn this, and Europe will turn on the very people that preserved it for them and say that the people who preserved it for them have no culture, and will keep up that lie to this very day. And you would read the intellectual history of the world without hearing the name Salamanca, the great university in Spain, or the great university in Africa, St. Corée. These are the two universities that preserve the great culture of the medieval world that Europe would choose to forget, and did forget. But the most tragic of all, it made you forget them. And when they mention them to you, you have no memory of it. And the greatest crime committed against you was to destroy your confidence in your historical memory of what you have been, so that you can forget what you are and also forget what you still can be. That's what it's all about. And this is why the European is referred to as the evil genius. The game he started then, 500 years ago, he's still playing. Now go back and look at the color purple. You see the game he played. It was a war. That picture was not a motion picture. That picture was a part of a war against your mind. When they turn you on your men, They don't want you to be anything with them. Once they destroy the effectiveness of the image of your men, there's nothing they want you to be with them but a whore and a slut. End of a people. That's the end of a people. And that's what they're trying to achieve, to destroy a people totally. But they will recruit a people to help them do it, and they are having some success in that recruitment. The Navigator's School is training Europe to move back at sea. Now we will have to deal with another neglected date in history. Not 1492, 1482. 1482, Europeans came again along the coast of Ghana under the leadership of Diaz-Arara, Portuguese. They wanted now to establish permanent fortifications. In the establishment of permanent fortifications, King Asa of Ghana tried to discourage them. He understood what was happening. And his famous speech is in a number of books, especially W.W. Claridge's 2-volume work, A History of the Gold Coast and Ashanti. It's again in J.C. de Graaf Johnson's African Glory. It's in a number of books. When he came along the coast, literally demanding to build permanent fortifications in Ghana, he discouraged it. He said that formerly you have come among us complaining about the weather, saying that we had no conditions under which you could live. Now you come in splendid attire. Now they will come all dressed up and saying they were sent by the gods. Now they're saying that they're coming to rule now. They want permanent fortifications. And what did they want to build? Elmina Castle, the largest slave fortress in all Africa. I was there this summer. Elmina, the mine. They want the gold, they want the yellow gold, and they want the black gold. Slaves. And while he tried to discourage them, he wanted to engage in legitimate trade as before. He said, in that way, if we see each other infrequently, we can preserve our friendship. They wasn't buying it. And when he wouldn't buy the Bible story, they forced their way in, offshore, 500 troops. And in this, among these troops and sailors, a little-known soldier, little-known sailor, Christopher Colon, later known Christopher Columbus. Read Columbus's diary, and he says, as man and boy, I sailed up and down the Guinea coast for 23 years. What was Christopher Columbus doing up and down the Guinea coast for 23 years? He was in the early Portuguese slave trade. This man might be one of the biggest fakers and one of the biggest con men in history. Why didn't he go to the East Indies with Isabella's money and Isabella's endorsement? Why did he go to the West Indies in the first place? What did he know about going to the West Indies? What did he learn about the West Indies? He learned from African sailors who had already gone to the West Indies. Then there's proof that African sailors had already gone to the West Indies. They told him how to pick up a sea current. You pick up a sea current someplace along the coast, it would take you straight to the West Indies. have to wait 6 months, it reverses itself and bring you back. That's why ships were wrecked off the coast of Portugal on his way home. He may well have double-crossed Isabella. He double-crossed his sailors too, because he made them sign a paper saying that he was in the East Indies, and if they didn't sign it, he wanted to cut their tongues out. All of this is documented. Read Van Sertima's They Came Before Columbus. Read it again. Read it carefully. But there's a 3-volume work also, hard to get now, Africa in the discovery of America. But there's other works on the subject. There's a whole small library of books dealing with the pre-Columbian presence of Africans in the New World. There's a new book coming out right now at the University of California. Christopher Columbus discovered absolutely nothing. Never set foot on North America or South America. He opened up North America, South America, for European exploitation. But the great tragedy was the entry of 1482. The building of Elmina Castle, the building in the beginning of permanent fortifications for Europeans. And another aspect of the slave trade forgotten was the entry of the Scandinavians and the entry of the Dutch. These wooden shoe wearing people who so clean, grow 2 lips, who so clean they even named a cleanser after them, Dutch cleanser, one of the bloodiest murderous slave traders that you can think about. So the coming of the Europeans was one of the disastrous acts of history. When people are telling you about their Holocaust, all you have to say is that when you finish talking about your 6 million, I'll start my count with 60 million, and I'm just starting my count. We talk about Holocaust the same as we talk about fish stories. Those who caught the biggest fish do the most talking. I was at Elmina Castle, and I was at Goree Islands. Goree Island, one of the smaller of the slave folks, 20 million just passed that one. They got 46 castles. 20 million passed through Goree. I was at Elmina, the biggest one. There's no counting of how many passed through Goree, passed through Elmina. That's the monster. Its first dungeon holds 1,000. This the dungeon for the women holds 500, just for the women. Had one compartment for the virgin girls, for the ship's captains and the governors to pick their choice which one they wanted to rape that night. That holds 250. So the coming of the Europeans, one of the great tragedies then in the history of the whole world. Now the economy of Africa is getting the economy of Europe off the ground. Europe now is emerging from the tragedy of the Middle Ages. It's emerging people poor, resource poor, and land poor. It's emerging into the world, and there is nothing for Europe to feed on within Europe. Europe has tried to enslave Europeans. It didn't work. Europeans hasn't got the physical energy to bring it off. The Africans, fortunately, have the physical energy to bring it off, and still have the physical energy. Europeans have treated Europeans so badly that when they try to enslave other Europeans to do the work, the Europeans can't bring it off physically. They cannot last. It does not mean that the Africans did not die wholesale. They did. But you had a reservoir to get more Africans. You just simply go back to the European reservoir. You got another weakling. He didn't have enough strength to hold up under the pressure of this grueling business. And it kept on and on. Nobody spared him, and nobody showed him any mercy. All right, the business was around France, was around England, was around Portugal, and Spain. The British were kept out of the business, not out of any benevolence, because of an argument the British had with the Catholic Church. The French had some difference of opinion with the church and did not enter the business until that holy devil, Cardinal Richelieu, gave France a rationale to get into the business. Then France got into the business. Someone gave Henry VIII's daughter, Queen Elizabeth I, a proposal for England's getting into the slave trade, and she rejected it. Then someone showed her how much profit could be made. Then she accepted it. Then the lead ship in the British entry into the slave trade was her personal property, the good ship Jesus. That was the name. Now, among the female power brokers of Europe, Elizabeth stands out. But don't forget who she was and what she did. Europe had practically no great outstanding women power brokers. And the one they did have was Elizabeth. She knew how to handle power. But in handling it, don't forget what she did to us, and how she handled that power, and how that power was directed. Finally, once the British broke clear of the Catholic Church, the British no longer had to secure what is called the isientos, literally permission to engage in the trade. Now, the British went into the business with a vengeance. The British, led by Captain Hawkins, moved into the business with a vengeance. And when the British got into the business, it became a business. It was no longer sloppy. They drove the Portuguese out of West Africa. The Portuguese moved down to the Congo, subsequently Angola. And now the British pressured them. The French moved in. The British said, show me the clause in Adam's will that says I'm not entitled to my share of this African gold. And the French said, who gave the Pope right to give away what wasn't his in the first place? Francis of France. Africans. Now everybody now was bidding for a share of Africa. Look at the Portuguese in the Congo. They came to the Congo ostensibly to establish a partnership. And the Africans, believing them, did establish a partnership. Finally, the Africans who had taken Portuguese names adopted the religion, Portuguese customs, realized that the Portuguese were trying to change the Congo into a slave colony, turned on the Portuguese and did a remarkable thing, remarkable in African history, remarkable in human history, drove them out and established the Congo as a free country in the 1590s. And the Congo remained free from the 1590s until 1884. In the 1600s, a great king came to power, Shamba Belongongo. And from 1600 on, next 20 years, they not only threw away the Portuguese religion, threw Portuguese cooking utensils into the sea, tore down the Portuguese churches, went back and became purely African, and had a golden age. Built again the Bashongo kingdom. There were two kingdoms, the kingdom of the Congo and Bashongo. And they came together now and brought that strength together. The eastern Congo and the Congo facing the sea. Well, the most remarkable thing, right in the midst of the slave trade and in spite of it. And all of this is forgotten. And yet it is well written about it. Belenger's daily life in the kingdom of the Congo, but principally Taude's work on the trail of the Bashongo. No shortage of books about it. And yet it is unknown. The Portuguese moved to what is now Angola, faced a king who wasn't ready to fight them, and his sister kept holding his hands, hoping that he'd get ready. His sister in Zinga, because his sister held his hand, the Portuguese thought she was for them. She was holding his hand until she could get ready. Because he didn't get ready in time, she just finally pushed him aside and got ready herself. She fought the Portuguese 52 of her 81 years, giving no quarter, asking no quarter. One of the greatest of the African warrior queens. She was from a group called the Jajars. She wanted to stretch an empire across the southern belly of Africa. She became a Christian strategically, using it the way they use it. Strategically, for her purpose. Went to Portugal for a treaty, saw people hungry. She said, you people don't live on Christianity. What are these people doing hungry? What kind of Christians are you? So we wouldn't permit this in our country. She peeped their card. She knew they were liars. Then she put one against the other. She bought guns from the Portuguese and bought guns from the Dutch and then some from the Finns. She manipulated them. Finally, they tried to force her into a battle. She wasn't ready for it. And again, they killed her sister and threw the mangled body of her sister at the palace door. Near the end of her life, she was forced to fight a battle that she didn't want. It ended up being neither victory or defeat. But this woman kept the Portuguese from the hinterlands of Angola for most of her life and kept the slave trade from spreading into Angola. The last of the great monumental female warriors of this part of Africa. And yet, forgotten in history. But they know her. They know they met a warrior. Always supported by men. J. Rogers did a pretty good biography of her, but the best biography of her is written, was in French and it hadn't been translated, written by the young writer from Guinea, a personal friend of mine, Abraham Baby KK. But we need to, I did a long article on her in Essence about 5-6 years ago. No, about 10 years ago now, 75. That's 12 years. Oh God, things go fast. But now, in Southern Africa, the Dutch East India Company needed a filling station, and that filling station was really found by, they needed a filling station for those stopping en route to India. The French Huguenots had been there before, others had been there before, but that was the reason Southern Africa was found. And there were some dissident people in Holland, Calvinists. You have to understand the Calvinists were religious dissidents and who think that God ordained them to look over the lesser breeds, and they declared that Africans are lesser breeds. And many of the Jews who had been in Spain helped to establish the Dutch East India Company and owned stock in the Dutch East India Company. After the Portuguese were driven out of the Congo and were forced partly out of Angola, they came around to establish themselves in what is now Zimbabwe and Mozambique. Then they met the Arab slave trade moving down from the north, and they established a partnership with the Omani Arabs, and they sold a lot of the slaves that went to Brazil were sold to the Portuguese by the Arabs. If you saw that fourth segment of the Africans when Al-Mazrui rationalized the Arab slave trade, he said there's only 2 million in the Arabian Peninsula, and kept asking, where did these slaves go? He wouldn't dare ask that stupid question to somebody who knows the history. Many of these slaves went to India, some even went to China, but a lot of them were sold to the Portuguese and went to the New World. A lot of them are in Brazil today because the Arab slave trade went into the millions, and it's now just 2 million. And if you read UNESCO documents too, you will see some good statistics on the Arab slave trade. But the brothers who belong to the faith still hadn't been willing to do this because they haven't been willing to deal in depth with the Arab slave trade. But the coming of the Europeans to East Africa was met with the Portuguese developed not only a slave trade in East Africa, but into a partnership with the Arab slave trade. Now let's deal with North Africa, because we want to deal with the coming of the Europeans to the total of Africa. in North Africa, then part of the Ottoman Empire of the Turks, the Europeans, the Turks were Europeans, but then the Turks were challenged by the French and the English. When the Turks were challenged by the French and the English, you see a new kind of colonialism being overlaid by that kind, one kind of colonialism challenging another kind of colonialism. Now you see competition between slave traders and slave traders, and Africans caught in a vice of history, and competition between traders and traders. And the European, especially the British, controlling the business more and more. The absentee European now entering the business. You can now buy ships in the business without seeing the ships. You can buy plantations without seeing the plantations. You have slave stock on the British exchange. You got the birth of Lords of London gambling on the exchange. Then you have the birth of something that's going to change the system. You have the U.S. that began to make a faster ship. And the U.S. that had been buying slaves from England and partly from the Portuguese, the U.S. is now making its own ships and sending its ships directly to Africa. Now a competitor, and a ruthless competitor, has entered the slave trade. And not only a ruthless competitor in the slave trade, but a person that would change the whole system of trading. And the plantation system of the Caribbeans, this system is opening wider, because formerly the proving ground for the slave system in the Western world, the Caribbean islands, but the dumping ground for the Portuguese trade was South America, principally Brazil. But Brazil was a resale point for South America, but the resale point for the United States was the Caribbean islands. With the U.S. challenging the British trade, the widening of the gap, in the competition is now becoming a thing, a worldwide system. The main thing that we need to look at is that this system endorsed by the church was the first international economy that touched 3 continents, and that out of this system came the basic commodity that laid the foundation for the modern technical capitalist world. And when you are making claims on the world, when you are making claims for reformation, when you are making claims for what is due you and your children in the world, your claims are too small, for they took away from you and drained away from you all the means that you could have had to have been nations, to have built empires, to have built schools, to have built Harvards, to have built Cambridges, to have built empires, to have built navies, and put you 500 years behind in technology. But what they took away from us laid the basis for the modern technical world. And I remember in Washington a few months ago, some German coming to a meeting came up to me sheepishly, halfway apologetically, and said, other immigrant groups in America pull themselves up by their own bootstraps. Why haven't your race done the same thing? I lost my cool and said, because someone stole our boots, you bigoted SOB. Now, when you look at the economy, when you look at the skyscrapers, you look at all the diamonds people have, you look at people flaunting Rolls Royces, you look at the economy of the Western world, except for the slave trade, it might be there in some form, but it would not be there quite that way, except for what they took from us. And you have to say that it belonged to me once in some way. Our mission for our children is going to have to be to get it all back.